right, guys and gals. Watching The Mandalorian tonight. That's gonna be see what little Grogu is up to. All right, boys, I am starting the show now, so join me. Whoa. He doesn't know what dragged him down. Just back on. Yeah. Maybe. Now you tell me. What the hell is that? Really? My phone just fell. The magnet fell off. God, I'm going bald. I'm going bald, Kaylee. Who wrecked his ass? Made it to the N1. I'll lean over more. Sorry, you don't want your hand on mine. Worse. God damn. That was sick. Assholes. I know. I'm giving you guys a free mukbang if you aren't watching with me. Kaylee says. Elfie says. That's not like you're married to Triumphy. Need the J. Oh jeez. U S T. There we go. Was there just a U? There we go. This guy's getting assassinated for sure. That's crazy. There's fucked. I need to shave it off. Yeah, it's because I don't want to watch myself move over there. Huh? Because it's distracting to me, but it's fine. Look at that back of that. What the fuck is going on back here, dude? Is it fixed? Oh, it's over here. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's still back there. I'm keeping it. Part of the stream now. Hey, no. I guess cool. That's a cool shot. Love Coruscant, man. Always thought it was really cool since ever since I was a kid when the Clone Wars came out. I feel like if I was going to be a guy in Star Wars, I'd be him. Yeah, I'm watching. I know. Yeah. That was at me, boys, not you. I was flipping myself off, so I'm looking in the mirror. She a baddie, she knows she a tit. She a baddie with her baddie friends. She double crossed his ass. Hey, what's up, Zitguds Gaming? Sorry about that. You were getting some extra audio. Zitguds Gaming, dude. What's up? Watching the Mandalorian. I love it. Oh shit. Why is she being such a bitch? A bitch. Oh shit. This is the way. Hey, thank you, Fungus. Wungus. Golly, my boy. Thanks for the follow, dude. He followed me on Kick. Alrighty, boys and gals, you guys ready for some Diablo? Little Diablo. We get some windows changed around here. Oh. There we go. All right. Damn, my health is super low. We'll get some stuff from over here. Oh.
Greetings.
All right, let's go back and get this shit done.
This monastery reeks with evil and corruption.
That's a big one. Shit on Eddie. Shit. Shit on. Alright, I need to find the blacksmith's hammer. Here. Damn Yeti. Got him. Bitches. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh man. I didn't put down a fucking portal either. Shit. Okay. Let's go get our body. Bitch. Choose my hands. God damn it. Body should be like right here. Oh, right on the everything. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Lag. Oh shit. Got it. Now I gotta escape. Got him. Got out of there.
Hello.
Who's this man? I'm headed back to the thing. Oh no, we'll go back. We'll use our teleport. Oh, shit. Fucking shit, man. instantly dead. Alright, you just gotta run in here, grab your body. And your gold. Thing. Bait him out. There we go. Now turn and fight him, bitch. Fuck. Oh shit. Take my thing right here. It's gonna be okay. Oh shit. Die, bitch, die. Yeah, die. Yeah, nice.
I can't carry anymore.
Nice. It's good leather. Let's see. I gotta make some room. Ooh, that's nice. Fire resist, magic resist, 1 to light radius, ghoul height still. Let's put that shit on. Fuck yes. Jeez. Heavy boots. Nice, let's go. So she just wanted me to get her hammer from the monastery, so I wonder where that's at. Let's go look for that shit. Right. Look for Herogic in the monastery barracks. Okay, it is in the barracks. Yo, what's up, Carlos? Look at my hair, dude. I'm keeping it. I'm starting to think. I think I'm starting to figure out why a lot of streamers grow their hair out. It's really demeaning and you're looking at yourself fucking bald in real time. I'm gonna go ahead and sit down. I don't have a freaking thing. Okay. I should probably not be here without a. Oh, I should not be here without a scroll. Really not smart. Holy shit, those guys are fast. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Die, bitch, die. hardcore in this game would be fucking insane.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
I need a fucking... I need a teleport. That's what I need. Ooh, nice ring. Fuck yeah. Big ring, boys. Check out. Shit.
I am overburdened.
It's a crystal sword, though. I mean, maybe I should check it out. Five to 15. I think maybe we get rid of the ghoul hand cleaver. Attack rating 11. 15 poison damage over 4 seconds. Maybe not. Yeah, I think we're not gonna do that. I think we're just gonna move on. Fuck, that's a room. Alright, I'm gonna leave it out. I'm gonna go back in after this boy. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh no, no, out, 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 fuck. Holy shit. Okay, okay. Just... Alright, get him, get him. Yes, yes. There we go. Okay, there's another one over there. There's his bitch ass. Right there. Get him. Alright. Save, dude. You got shit on me. I wasn't even scared. Carlos, have you tried streaming on Kick yet? Barracks are huge, man. That's a big boy. Fuck me. I'm pretty fucking deep in there. Alright, let's see if I can go find my body. Fuck.
I shall make weapons from your bones.
Oh boy. Make weapons for my bones. I gotta get back here. I'm gonna take a little break and smoke some weed because we should.
I shall make weapons from your bones.
No. I fucking did. Walked my ass off. Holy shit, dude. I'm getting tilted.
I shall make weapons from your bones.
Dick. Where's my gold? Get all my gold. Come here, bitch. Oh, he's the guy I got killed. Come here, bitch.
I am overburdened.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck! You got him though. Got his ass. Yeah, easy, dude.
I am overburdened.
Wait, is it saying that I didn't kill him? I definitely killed his ass. Saw it. Alright, there's the Malice boys.
I should take this to Charcy.
Taking that to Charcy. What else do we need to do over here? Look for the Tower of Black Marsh beyond the Dark Woods. Okay. That was just too easy, if you ask me. Next time, maybe they should throw a maybe Diablo 4 will be a challenge. This game's easy though. Got him.
I can't.
I can't.
Greetings. Oh, thanks so much for returning the Herodric Malice. I will now imbue one of your items with magical powers.
Ooh. I don't think I want you to imbue my item yet. Maybe this one. How do I imbue it? No magic, socketed, rare, unique, or item sets, no jewelry. Well, how do I imbue?
Good day.
Can I imbue my boots? Guess not.
It is certain that we face the Demon Queen, Andariel, who has corrupted the Rogue Sisterhood and defiled their ancestral monastery. This does not bode well for us, my friend. Ancient Horadric texts record that Andariel and the other lesser evils once overthrew the three prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, banishing them from hell to our world. Here they caused mankind untold anguish and suffering before they were finally bound within the Soul Stones. Andariel's presence here could mean that the forces of hell are once again aligned behind Diablo and his brothers. If this is true, then I fear for us all. You must kill her before the monastery becomes a permanent outpost of hell and the way east lost forever.
Oh shit. Okay. Better do that. Over here real quick and sell.
The Order welcomes you.
The Order welcomes you.
Not here. I can't. Impossible.
Okay. I think I understand throwing items a little bit more now. Alright, I'm gonna cut up some weed, boys. Chill out for a few minutes. All this Diablo-ness is getting in my brain. Maybe I'll find us something nice to watch as well.
See, he got the same one I did. See, I knew it was a good idea.
In orange there.
I knew
deal
it.
64% increased damage while you have a barrier active. There is an aspect here. Using a cooldown grants 30% of your maximum life as a barrier for 5 seconds. That's why I'm using so many skills that seem kind of overlapping, too many defensive cooldowns and all that. I'm really just using them because they have cooldowns, so I can have a barrier on my character all the time.
Always damage.
There's also this skill where you gain 5% damage reduction against elites. It's also against bosses and players, by the way. This specific one, not the elite keyword. It's just not labeled properly.
This one is going to be so fucking OP in like higher levels. Like this is going to be probably, I would say, mandatory.
If you haven't taken damage from one, up to 50%. This only goes down.
It's actually huge.
You can see it here that I have 50 stacks. It only drops if I take life damage. So the goal of this character is to always have barriers up to essentially take half damage from the only real like enemies that deal meaningful damage to me, and to have a consistent 64% more damage through the weapon. A quick look through the rest of my gear. I have +2 Hydra on a helmet. It's an immune bubble, so if I ever drop below 80, I get an immune bubble for 5 seconds. That like never happens though. Damaging an elite gives me a barrier, so that's kind of like another thing to proc pretty easily. This gives me an extra Hydra. Normally you can only cast 1 Hydra, but with that item it reduces the duration, but you can get 2. It effectively doubles my DPS with this build, but if you incorporate other skills besides Hydra, which you absolutely can in a Hydra build, it's not exactly doubling your DPS.
It's good.
Armor, if you hit stuff with 2 Hydras, I'm often over 60 stacks, up to 80 stacks if it's a long-standing stationary target.
Teleporters.
The boots don't have anything impressive, but I really like the evade grants movement speed. So it has an evade mechanic. Having movement speed after it is really nice because it does feel like it takes forever to get around.
Yeah, I have this one too.
The amulet has +1 all conjuration and +1 defensive skills, which is an incredibly powerful attribute to have.
That's big.
You might use these items long after their, original find, just because of the skill contribution in some cases. And I get increased damage based on how much primary resource I have when they're cast. And because Hydra is the only one that uses resource, and sorcerers regenerated quickly, well, that's going to be full buff a lot of the time. This just has good stats, and deal increased damage for each second you stand still. You can see my attack power is there. If I move, I lose the buff completely. And if I wait a few seconds, it goes back up. But interestingly enough, if I teleport, it is not counting as moving, so it retains the buff in its entirety. And this is actually a very big deal on bosses.
Oh my god, people did this with fucking PoE. What were those fucking boots? Those fucking boots that would stack up chargers? Oh my god, I didn't even know that. It was like Rakisha's Impatience or some fucking shit. Oh my god.
This character is a defense monster because I have almost entirely defensive abilities. It is an offense monster, it is a clear speed monster, and it is pretty easy to play. In terms of builds, if this was a PoE build, this would be a 10 out of 10 in every category build, which is why I will almost certainly be playing Sorcerer on
the hell,
launch.
man?
See, guys? See?
How do I imbue stuff?
It's just that simple.
If not this build, I feel like the enchantment system and the very complex parts of it allow for almost certainly some game-breaking mechanics to, go through the cracks. And as I will start to talk about, there are a lot of cracks. Now, this part of the video, I want to talk about the good things about the game, the bad things about the game, just so you guys can understand with full clarity why I think so, why some other people might have this opinion, because not everyone is good at explaining and giving evidence for their opinions. So, one of the best things about Diablo 4 is the graphics. I don't even have my graphics maxed out because I actually blue screened, I guess because it's a beta.
They look good.
But you can see the shadows are super dynamic. The snow, the little leaves are moving.
You can draw a dick in the snow.
the fire, it has smoke. You can see it's like a picturesque game. It's unbelievable detail. When you're zoomed out like this, you take it for granted. If you don't have good eyesight, you're certainly going to take it for granted. But in terms of overall details, visually speaking, the world environment, the graphics, the theming, it is unbelievably good. I would say it is, I don't play every game that releases, but it is certainly the best crafted visual game in terms of the gameplay. Forget the cutscenes, I don't care about the cutscenes. In terms of the gameplay that I have ever seen. Okay, I think it is that good.
I would agree. I think the graphics for Diablo 4, there are no games out there that are like distinguishably better than this in terms of ARPGs. Yeah, it is insanely good.
Another good thing is combat. Combat is crisp. When you use a skill, it uses the skill.
Also, like, keep in mind, guys, every time that you see the graphics, you're always looking at a downscaled version of what it actually looks like on the PC. Because of rendering and bitrate and shit like that.
Pretty nice. The one thing I have with skills is you can only have 6 skills on your bars, probably to accommodate console players, and I can tell you for a fact that that sucks. Okay, if you want to think about it in a different way, you can actually bind more skills in Diablo 2, okay, which is, I believe, a 23-year-old game right now, than you can in this game. And obviously, that is done because they want to release a multi-platform game, which, as someone who doesn't care that they release a multi-platform game, is a bit unfortunate.
I think they could have added 7 or 8. Okay? I think they absolutely could have. Mini games have that. I recently played Wulong. It had more than fucking 6 buttons in it. Nope. There's 100% a way to do this. That would have been better.
But nevertheless, the combat is great. It's not a case where, you know, you think you dodged it, but you didn't dodge it. There's only one thing that's a bit weird. There's a lot of crowd control effects. Yeah. And if you use your dodge to try to dodge a crowd control effect, but you just mistime it and it hits you right after you come out of the stun or whatever, then it just burns your dodge in the direction you initially cast it. But if that's like 5 seconds later, you might actually be killing off your character and burning your dodge. So,
that's
you know,
bad.
Again, a little bit of details. As I mentioned early on, this game is very rough around the edges, but I can see that most aspects of combat are really well done, and they feel very good. The other aspect is character depth. I talked about my character, I showed, you know, all these different things, and there is so much more here than you might realize. And I think it's important for me to go over this in some detail. So, there's going to be 5 classes. Each class has its own subset mechanic, which is incredibly complicated. I highlighted a build, but who knows what the best ability is? When we have 2 abilities, who knows what the best 2 abilities are, you know?
Well, Macroll does, and we just go to that website, and then it tells us what the best 2 abilities are, and then we copy that, and we never deviate from it, because those are the best ones on the internet, and so that's it. Problem solved. We don't need to think about this anymore, and on to bigger and better things.
Will I continue using Fireball? I don't know. I might use Firebolt to stack separate burns and to get a lot of free firewalls, in which case I have to put points in firewalls. But again, some people don't realize this is not a skill tree where you just get everything you want. Okay? At level 50, we're going to get something with Paragons, and we'll go into that in a second. It feels to me like the skill tree is going to be very limiting. You're going to want to get everything, but you can't get everything. And that's when it gets interesting. That's when the decisions start to really matter. In terms of the item-based stuff,
I think that Blizzard really nailed that with the WoW talent trees. I can't speak for every class, but I know for Warriors, I think my talent tree is good. It is objectively, not objectively, but I would say it is, in my mind, it is actually good. And I'm happy about it. And they did nail that.
You can see some items have 3 because they're actually rares that I converted into legendaries. If you find a legendary that... Oh, wow, that's a really good drop. So this legendary that just dropped while I was playing earlier,
God damn, there's a lot of
it
guys over
has
here.
the modifier that I actually have on my chest. On my chest, it's imprinted. Now this one, based on its item level, has a maximum roll, 315 to 630. Okay, that's unbelievable. That's actually kind of lucky. Now, this item, its actual stats on itself, they're not very good. I don't care about thorns. I don't care that much about the 2 resists. I get lots of resistance because it scales intelligence. Okay, but the legendary ability, I can take that to the occultist and make it into an item. In fact, the one on my pants, I have made into an item. I can then take a piece of gear. Let's say this chest had a terrible ability, but it had really good stats. I can then take that piece and put the ability that I extracted from another legendary into it,
I think this is
changing
awesome.
its legendary ability. This system
This is very good.
quite deep.
I like it.
It's quite deep because you're going to find many types of items that are going to be useful to you. In terms of rares,
Make
rares
builds,
have
yeah.
3 stats. People say they're going to have 5 at the end game. I don't know. All I know is what's in front of me. Every rare I found had 3 stats on it. Every legendary had 4 stats on it. You can re-roll 1 stat. It's pretty expensive to do so to try to perfect the item, and it gets more expensive each time you do that. To re-roll a stat on a legendary item is crazy expensive. To re-roll a stat on a rare item is not that expensive at all.
The first time.
So
Then it gets way
getting
more
a
expensive.
rare with 3 perfect stats that you then imprint a legendary ability, converting into legendary, it's only going to have 3 stats, but it's quite easy to have 3 of the best stats that you're looking for. It is incredibly hard to find a legendary with 4 of the stats that you're looking for. So the item system is a lot deeper than people realize. The aspects, some of them can only be found on items, but some of them are found as dungeon rewards.
Yeah.
There are different categories to them, and I'll explain why this is relevant. There's utility, which goes on a bunch of stuff, but generally
Yeah, you can't put every affix on every type of item. And also, like, each of the affixes have different empowerment levels. Like, weapons make the affixes way stronger. Necklaces make them... weapons are like 100%, and then, like, necklaces are 50. So, like, it makes it even more complex. That's why he had barrier on his weapon and not on his neck or anywhere else.
do that on boots or something.
It's big.
There's resource, which is only rings, but again, these are usually not super powerful. Mobility, amulet, and boots. You'll see that amulets can be almost everything. The defensive ones are really strong, and the offensive ones are really strong. And you can see that the amulet is shared between the two. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Boys, if
In
you're
effect,
watching on Kick,
there
make
are
sure
certain
to
multipliers
follow the
with
stream.
their legendary
Trying
powers
to
that
get that
come into
built
play.
up.
For
I think
example,
it's probably my best
this
opportunity
here
to build some
can
kind of
show
small
up on
community.
random legendaries that I find as gloves,
I am
amulets,
overburdened.
rings,
That's why I
or
appreciate
one-handed
that shit,
or
boys.
two-handed weapons. I extract it, and then I can choose where I want to put it. But if I put it in a two-handed weapon, it gets double the bonus. So
See, I actually think this could make Barbarian ridiculously fucking good at max level, because Barbarian uses two-handed weapons. So you can have two doubly powered affixes at the same time, all the time. Not to mention, like, you have that on top of your other two weapons.
really need to be careful which ability I want effectively doubled on my character.
Double down. Yep.
Amulet
Think about that.
can
Yep,
have
double down.
all but the ring exclusive resource ones, which again aren't that really important.
And I need to go to
the
the
amulet
Black
can have
Marsh.
both offense or defense. So the amulet kind of becomes the flexible slot where it really tips the scale. Do you want a more offensive character, or do you want a more defensive character overall?
Yeah, I put
And again,
hybrids
the
on my
amulet has the power increased by 50% as well. So it's not just one more slot, it's 1.5 slots. And that is a pretty big deal. Now, I've crafted a pretty powerful build here, but we've left out a pretty big part of it.
Right.
What are Paragon levels?
there it is. It's
Well,
gonna show
the
the
short
chart.
answer is that we don't know. But I found this little article that
My concern is that Blizzard doesn't know. Apparently, they said, "Oh, we're gonna show it to you guys after the beta. Hey, don't worry about it. You're gonna see. It's gonna be all right." But I am worried about these Paragon points.
shows some of the design. These are Paragon boards, and as you can see from the edges here, this is apparently from December 2021, so a long time ago, not final. It's one of their blog posts, I believe. I believe you link these up. So there's probably some strategies in, one, which Paragon boards you're actually going to select. I don't even know how you find them, how you modify them, how you position them, and link them up with one another. Do you want this stuff here? Do you want that stuff there? Do you want that stuff there? Like, these have different colors, so I imagine they do different things.
Yeah.
And then they have a different UI here, but the core concepts seem the same. And this. People that I've seen review Diablo 4 talk about how it's a more accessible game than Path of Exile. It's a much easier and more approachable game. But then I look at these Paragon boards, and again, this article is from like August 2022, so, maybe this means nothing, but what I see is 3 different UIs of the same concept, and that concept is an incredibly deep and complicated layer on top of an already fairly deep and complicated layer for the rest of your character. So the character depth in Diablo 4, I think, is going to take some people by surprise. I think people really don't understand that this game is a lot deeper, a lot more PoE-like in character design than people think. Now, everything that I just mentioned, the skills, the items, the aspects, all that kind of stuff, another thing that's really good about Diablo 4 is the gold. It is a level 25 experience. It might mean absolutely nothing, but it seems like you always want a little bit more gold than you have, but not that much more. It feels like gold is valuable in the game, at least in the beta that we have, and it is not at all meaningless. Upgrading gear,
which I think is good. I'm very much an advocate of having gold matter. Yeah, that's good.
Changing aspects around, all that kind of stuff. It seems like gold actually has a very thoughtful value that seems to scale as your character does, which is really cool, and I think is typically a pretty ambitious goal to have in a game like this one. Almost always the main currency of a game that's easy to find, like gold, quickly becomes worthless, or the gold sinks are ones that just go away after a while. Again, it's a beta low-level experience, but it certainly seems like the gold spending in the game is very balanced and has a lot of thought behind it to get it.
I think that gold will not matter that much after a while. I think that gold only matters because it's a 3-day beta. Because, like, I farmed out a lot of gold, and I had, like, a lot of my items that were 3 or 4 stars. And I knew that, like, if I had spent probably 5 more hours farming, I would have everything maxed out, and I would have no use for gold other than min-maxing one new item. And also, I think that gold won't matter as much because I do believe that the meta for Diablo 4 at max level will be re-rolling rares, which is cheaper. Because rares are 5 stat and legendaries are 4. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Your two-hander costs 500k for full upgrade. Yeah, but I can make 500k gold in like 2 or 3 hours. And then I'm done. And I never have to do it again.
At this point. Now we'll get to the bad stuff. So the UI is, I think, one of the weakest things about the game. The trade menu is like worse than like Diablo 2. Items have scrolls, like I have to scroll down to see the rest of the item. In some cases, especially for weapons on like barbarians, you can't even see the legendary power unless you hover over the item and scroll down. You can't see the items if you hover over them quickly because there's some kind of like transparency transition. And you're like, who cares, Crip? Well, if I clear this dungeon, I'm gonna have nearly a full inventory of rare and legendary items, and as I just talked about, rare items have value.
Yeah.
I actually really want to know which rare items I'm going to find that have not even 3 stats I'm looking for, two stats that I'm looking for.
Reroll the
I
third
actually
one.
need to look at the items pretty quickly because I don't want to spend hours looking at items after I do a dungeon.
Yeah,
So-
they should have a way to like automatically fucking delete items that are 3 stat at max level. Or even like, in my opinion, 4 stat items. Because like the only ones you'd really want past like the first few days is like 5 stats.
So it's really not good. Okay, there's no map overlay. It's this tiny thing. You can't really zoom that in or out, so you have to use the general map key. When you have the map key up, you can't see your health bar on your character. You can't see your character in any way. This
He's
map.
complaining about the same thing that I think it was D.S. Lilly said, that like we need a, you know, like in PoE you press tab and it shows like the overlay, and it's like transparent over the actual game. We 100% need this in Diablo 4, and there is no value in not having it.
Screen is horrible. If you have 2 different zones of quests that you have to go to and you track one, they're the same color, so you don't even know which quest you're targeting and where you need to go with that. For a game as visually stunning as this, the UI is surprisingly weak.
I think quest tracking is better.
I am not at all pleased with the UI in this game. I think it needs a lot of work. The other aspect...
I personally didn't give a fuck about it, but I think everything that he brought up was totally true. It's all true, especially like it sounds really stupid, but the mousing over the items thing is actually really big.
Is the game costs a lot of money. A lot of money. I'm not going to get into all that kind of stuff, but as a Canadian, I believe the cheapest I can buy the game for is like
$80, right?
$79, like $80. Almost the same US currency if you're curious. But, you know, I haven't been playing Diablo for like 30 years to play 4 days after some people. So with like the premium version of the game, which costs...
Hey, you gotta get him. Oh, you gotta get him with that. Oh, you play the game just a few days early. Oh, we got you. Yep.
$110 or $120. I get to play 4 days early on the actual release, and I get a bunch of cosmetics, and I get the battle pass. And if I pay $130, I get all of that, some other cosmetics,
and
20
cosmetic.
accelerated levels in the battle pass. Now, they've been pretty clear, and they've said that the battle pass has only cosmetic type stuff, but yeah, I don't really know if that is going to turn out to be the case 100%.
I hope it's not, because if it's not, I can make so many YouTube videos farming outrage about this. It's going to be great. It's better for me if Diablo turns into being pay to win. It is so good for me if that happens.
In one post, again, fairly early on, so maybe it's not true anymore.
Really hope
they
so.
said there's going to be XP potions in the free part of the battle pass. But if I'm getting 20 levels, I don't know. Now,
is it 20 levels in the premium version or 20 levels in the base one? That's a very good point.
Haven't said anything about that in quite a long while, so maybe that's not even the case. You can craft XP potions, so with like nothing, they're almost not, it's like 5% XP. But you know, you can. So maybe just getting one more XP potion in the battle pass is effectively meaningless. Yeah, maybe. It's tough to say, but overall, they're really milking this for money. Okay. Blizzard's a public company. They're worth like $70 billion. Microsoft wants to buy them. This is going to be a for-profit game. It might not be a pay-to-win game, but it is going to be a for-profit game. Okay. People criticize like Lost Ark because it had like early access, but Lost Ark, when it came out, it was free for everyone.
You could say that. How much was Diablo 2 whenever it came out? Yeah, how much was Diablo 2 whenever it came out? It was $40. 40 USD and 60 Canadian dollars. Okay. And 60 Canadian dollars. Okay. So let's see how much it is with like a fucking inflation and shit. What year did it come out? Diablo 2 came out in the year 2000, is that correct? Yes, okay. Enter value, $40. Populate.
See, I'm supposed to be
67
doing
that we're
this
getting
fucking.
Oh,
shit
we're
here.
getting fucking milked.
Look for the
It's
tower
$2 extra.
in the
Blizzard
black
is
marsh
stealing.
beyond the dark wood.
Yep, there we go. $2 extra fucking dollars.
Oh, beyond the dark wood. Okay.
I can't believe this. It's Bobby's world after all. I knew it. Fuck.
So yeah, there is that. If this game is going to be successful, it's going to have seasons. I don't imagine you're going to buy seasons, but if this game is going to be that successful, it's going to have expansions.
It'll have battle passes, and you buy the battle pass for the season.
And let me tell you, whatever you're paying for the game now, you're probably paying about that much for any expansions that Diablo 4 is going to have. And
Yeah, I got a feeling it's gonna be a.
That's right, guys. We can get that off right into the.
You gotta buy them triple downs to get into that
What's new?
expansion.
And as a Canadian video gamer on the internet,
Yeah.
like myself, it doesn't really bother me that I'm paying $100 to play this game. But understandably, for people around the world, that is not even close to the same. So
Oh yeah, there's like plenty of people in like fucking some of these South American countries where it's like this is the equivalent of like somebody buying a new gaming PC. It's absolutely insane.
yeah, that actually does really suck. One other part that I think is extremely weak and really needs to be addressed immediately is dungeon mechanics.
Yeah.
The end game, as far as we know, as far as they've talked about it, has to do with nightmare sigils, which is effectively
Like
upgrading the
affixes, right?
dungeons that you already run as you're playing through the campaign
Yeah, like affixes and shit.
with like modifiers, very much like maps in Path of Exile. You make them harder, they get like higher level mobs and all that, and you get better loot or something. I would imagine anyway. I would hope so. Now, what that essentially means is that you're going to be running the dungeons that you're kind of running right now, just with higher difficulty, maybe significantly higher difficulty. While the difficulty might be good and all, the actual mechanics in the dungeons are horrible. They are not fun. And if it is the core of the endgame of Diablo 4, we don't know if that's 100%, but
The end-game dungeon, the mechanics for the bosses are horrible. I think that there are maybe 2 or 3 bosses where it is... You didn't say bosses? Oh. For the dungeon, not the boss? Okay, fine.
But
Okay.
I think it might be, based on what we've seen, and I'll give you evidence for that. That's very concerning. It's very concerning because there are mechanics like kill all the monsters before you can get to the boss. All the monsters.
Oh, bro. Like, I remember in Path of Exile, they had this fucking quest. It was in Act 1, and you had to fucking kill every single, like, undead skeleton. And it was just the den of evil. And it's still there. Fetid fucking pool. And I do it every single league. And it's like, I do it to nostalgically make myself mad. I don't even know if you have to do it. I think you just get respect points. I have no idea. But, like, I do it every single league. And I was like, yeah, I remember this. It was just fucking annoying. And I was there the first time, like, 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? I can't find him.
We're not talking about Den of Evil here, okay? Where you have a character with no abilities
That's it.
that you
Yep.
really need to kill any monster you find in your way to get a few levels for you to actually have a character. And Den of Evil has like 35 monsters in it, including one at the end that usually drops rare magical items.
Oh, he
okay?
also resurrects
No,
the
we're
monsters.
talking about full-on dungeons that have like 300 monsters. In some cases that spawn other monsters as part of their
Yeah.
abilities. And you need to kill every single one until you can access the boss.
I don't think those are fun. Like, even the parts like you know, like in the dungeons in the beta, there were like, you would click the 2 gates to unlock the big gate, and then you go through the big gate, and then the second part of it was just killing all the mobs. Like, they had this even in Diablo 4 beta, and it was fucking annoying. I didn't like it.
I hate that.
Yep,
And
that's
it's
true.
not just a preference. You might think it's like, oh, you know what, Crip? I like Den of Evil. That's great. That's good for you.
Idiot.
Here's the thing about that. We're talking about
Imagine liking
likely
that
the end game content.
Yes.
These are not going to be easy mobs in the end game content, I imagine. Like Diablo 3 is not really easy in the end game. You play it at your own difficulty level, right? So who knows? It might be something like that. So what if you kill 295 monsters and then you encounter a rare that you can't kill? You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna leave the dungeon. And then you're gonna remember this video. And you're gonna remember that Crip told you that the mechanic sucks. That mechanic sucks.
See, like, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about being at 298, and there's 2 bats at the beginning of the dungeon. I just didn't see them because they're behind a wall. And I gotta run all the way around to find these 2 little bats. For what?
There's a colossal difference between killing every monster in a 300 monster dungeon and killing 95% of them.
Yeah.
I don't know why a system of just killing 95%, why is that not good enough? Just have us kill most of them to proceed in the dungeon.
And like, you know that like if you played PoE again, there's that one fucking map with Captain Fairgraves where you have to kill all the fucking pirates that turn into ghosts. And that map pisses me off every fucking league that I play the game. Yeah, Malcolm, yeah, it's fucking annoying. And then on top of that, you know how he dies, and then like the items will obscure the hammers, and then he'll fucking kill you sometimes because you can't fucking see him because you're dealing with the items. It's so goddamn annoying. Yes, so it's like I have like a contemporary example of this. It's so bad.
A lot of dungeon mechanics are like, they have like 2 pedestals. I think one of the dungeons has 3 pedestals. And you have to go in different corners of the dungeon to kill a mob or just retrieve an item off a shelf. And then you take that item and you put it back on the pedestal. The item is kind of on your character. Actually, you can usually see it on your character. It's a really cool thing, going back to the amazing graphics and image-based design of the game. But you can't hold more than one of these items, so what often happens is you backtrack the entire dungeon more than once over, more than twice over in some cases.
You're mad the whole time.
And each time you interact with an object, it is interruptible.
That's right.
And it takes like 5, 6, 7, 8...
And then if you spam click on it, it makes the object no longer interactable for like 3 more seconds. And it's like, no, you're sitting there for 3 seconds getting mad. And then you're walked over there and you're mad because you forgot to click the thing the first time because it went fucking immune the first time. And so now you're sitting there clicking at it and you're fucking mad. Now you're clicking fast because you're mad and it's not working either. So you gotta slow down. You're fucking pissed off. It
takes like many seconds. It takes like 8 seconds to pick up a jewel from a guy that you killed. And it takes 8 seconds to put the jewel on the pedestal, okay? You're like, Crypt, well, who cares, right? In this game,
you will. After you've done the same dungeon 50 times, you will care.
There's ore. Do you know how long it takes to mine ore? 0 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, it takes 0 seconds to extract metal from a rock in the ground.
That's right.
When you're running around the
Silver
world.
and iron.
And it takes you
at
8
the same
seconds
time.
to drop a jewel on a pedestal.
That's right.
That can be interrupted.
It's a little rock.
By any form of damage. Okay? And it gets even worse. In one case, you have to click on 2 levers. And I have a really hard time actually seeing where the levers are. And if you go to the levers, there's like traps under them. So you're just like trying to time traps to click on like a 7-second lever to open the door to the boss. It's like, what is that? How is this fun? People were telling me in chat that those traps actually did a lot of damage. One guy lost his character to trap damage from trying to click on a lever. I can tell you that is not going to be a fun experience for hardcore characters, okay? The bosses themselves. The bosses are heavily repeated in the beta. That might just be the beta, okay?
I mean, you played Diablo 3. What do you think?
Hope that is just the beta. There's not that many monster types from my experience. There's a massive overworld and all that, but it's actually not that many monster types. The abilities the monsters have are often not very interesting. One of the abilities, it binds you and you can't move your character for...
I hate this fucking... It's the Blood Bishop. And it's so janky, and there's no indicator for whether you're out of it. And, like, I'll get grabbed by it, and, like, my head... I'll be, like, over here. He'll be over here. He'll grab me. I'll go, whoop! It'll be like some fucking Dark Souls 2 hitbox situation. This is the worst one. It's the worst fight. I'm so glad he's bringing this one up. So true.
Like 8 seconds while it's dealing damage
and
to
it
you.
Heals him.
Not all characters have crowd control breaks like sorcerers do. Okay? That's really crappy.
Won't somebody
like,
think of the barbs?
I don't know. I didn't like that. In general,
it sucks.
I've also felt that there's almost no regard for melee on these encounters. And I've kind of been saying that Barbarian is bad.
True.
Now, we only have up to level 25.
Yep.
And of course, if you grind like crazy and have a completely decked out character at level 25, which you will not do leveling up, by the way.
I hope not.
Well, yeah, okay. You might have a pretty easy experience playing Barbarian. But the boss fights are not at all melee friendly.
No.
Barbarian has Fury, which, unlike every other character in the game, their resource goes down if they're not in combat, regenerating it through their generators. So with a Barbarian, you have to deal with the boss mechanics that are very anti-melee.
Fucking terror for the last hour.
It's like the boss puts down a poison cloud and he's like, alright, I live here now.
Oh, I can't
No,
read
I'm not
text
gonna
quest.
move. Why would I move?
Quest text.
But he put down a poison cloud. Come hit me. It's just like, what the fuck? It's so bad.
Attack to generate Fury, and then use that Fury to use and launch your biggest attacks.
Yeah.
The other characters,
Whirlwind.
they just use their attacks from range.
Yeah, imagine
and they don't
that.
have to generate their resource. What does that mean? I feel like the characters are actually more or less in the same ballpark. We'll talk about that in a second. In terms of like target dummy DPS.
Yeah.
Stationary,
exactly.
No reaction target dummy.
This is what I'm saying. Barbarian. Somebody's like, oh, look at the Barbarian. It's like the Barbarian sits there 35 fucking seconds walking. Finally gets to the boss. Bonk. See, look, they're really good. Meanwhile, bro, I already killed it. Like, I went all the way down there. I killed him in 3 seconds, and I'm in the next dungeon. Like, bro, I'm down the road. This guy's on the sidewalk.
DPS. But if you consider the real-world example in Diablo 4, some of these boss fights have, like, at best case, 50% DPS uptime because you just can't be near the boss. You can't.
Yeah, it's not fun. Like, ultimately, like, I don't care about, like, oh, well, it's more challenging and it's harder that way. I don't care. It's not fun. It's fucking annoying. I fucking hate running after some spider on cocaine. And then guess what happens whenever he puts the fucking web on you? Well, now you're even slower. Running away, and you know exactly the spider that I am talking about. You know him, and he runs away, and guess what? There's pillars in the room. Guess where he goes? Gets around the pillar. You know, and then you get over to him, it goes to another pillar. And I'm like, this is... I paid $70 for this. No. I'm done. Like, I'm playing a mage. Fuck this. It sucks.
Do anything other than run with your character. A class like a sorcerer,
Yep.
where the mana is regenerating while you're running,
Yep.
you actually lose
Maximize
less than
downtime.
half your
Yep.
damage if you have 50% damage uptime. Because
You spend all
you
your
can
mana.
actually use heavier mana spenders in the window where you can do damage. A barbarian that
Effective
loses
DPS.
their primary resource while
That's
they're
right.
not gaining it from using generators
Sorcerers win
actually
twice,
loses
bards lose
more
twice.
than half their damage.
That's right.
So while, again, at level 25, the ballpark damage is more or less in the same ballpark, let's say, the real damage that you end up doing on the encounters while doing the mechanics, the barbarian falls off a cliff, and not just in terms of
Exactly. Yep.
numbers, it's just a miserable experience
sucks.
chasing
It
monsters.
sucks fucking dick. It's like, again, the Co-Carnage clip of him fighting those those 3 succubuses, and he's sitting there as a barbarian running laps around it like he's doing the fucking pacer test in middle school. And meanwhile, they're throwing the little you know, fucking shooting these things at him, and eventually, guys, it's an online game, so he's out of it. The animation for his character is totally fucking out of it. He gets hit, and he's dead. Hardcore character, by the way, back down to 0. Meanwhile, my wizard, I was like, oh, is that the boss? Oh, oh, okay, it's done now. All right, cool. Well, let's go do something else now. That was easy.
Monsters that run away from you, dealing with monsters teleporting away from you, deciding on whether you're going to die in the puddle the boss constantly spawns directly under
Yes.
it, and then reconsidering why you're not playing a class that has an ability that can be used from like 3 pixels away from the boss, right? So, yes, the melee viability is very poor, and in the beta it's especially true for Barbarian. I do want to add a little bit here that this has a little bit of a detail to it. The mechanics that I mentioned in the game here, so we talked about, like, you know, weapons have like a doubling of the effect if they're 2-handed weapons. The Barbarian thing, you know, Barbarian doesn't get free passives from their skills like the Sorcerer does. The Barbarian gets an arsenal system where they always use specific weapons for specific skills, and they end up using 2 2-handed weapons and 2 1-handed weapons. Now, if we look at the aspect configurator, the 1-handed weapons are treated as if like they have 1 slot, but the 2-handed is kind of like a double slot. So effectively, a barbarian has 3 more item slots worth of stats and legendary abilities.
True.
And because probably these are all multiplier effects, I would bet that even though it will take longer to actually gear out a barbarian, there's far more abusive multipliers and combos that you can work with.
See, Crip again has played Blizzard games for many years. He knows that they didn't test it. Like, they didn't really actually test it. So there's probably like some combination that's totally broken.
As a barbarian, the depth and like the absolute peak maximum performance of barbarian probably is not realized in this beta whatsoever as a result of that. And it does make for potentially the case that barbarians might do more damage than the other classes at high level.
But have less fun.
However, what I argue is that the game mechanics are so stacked against gritty melee combat that unless barbarian does like 5 times the damage of a sorcerer, a sorcerer is still going to be better off just playing this game.
Yep, see?
And that kind of really sucks.
That's right. It does.
Another big con is hardcore. Now, a lot of people are like, hey, Crip, are you going to play hardcore? Are you going to world first? First of all, I don't know what there is to world first. What am I going to world first? Like, max level or something? Is that even a challenge? The campaign? Is that even a challenge?
No.
You know, this isn't Jay Wilson coming out and telling us that it's the hardest game they ever made, then they doubled it. You know, if they say that, then yeah, then that gets me really excited, and then yes. But nothing like that has been said.
No.
Nothing ambitious has been said about this game, in my opinion. Nothing has suggested that there is world-firstable content from what I have heard so far, and that might change in the future. But yeah. When Diablo 3 came out, I didn't play hardcore. I played softcore to learn the game, to have an idea if it can and is worth attempting on hardcore. Then we decided that it was, then we didn't. In this game, I don't know. Maybe I'll play hardcore, but I'm certainly not starting hardcore. One part of hardcore that, again, in the beta, And again, it's not that hard to fix, but it does need to be fixed. Diablo 4 has no grace period. When you go in a dungeon, there's no grace period zoning in. When you come out of a dungeon, there's no grace period zoning out. Not only are there regularly mobs at the entrances of both the inside and overworld of a dungeon, but it's an open world. Other players can drag dangerous monsters literally on top of you as your hard drive struggles to load into the overworld. Now, forget your hard drive. You want to play this game on release? This game had issues in the first beta with extremely limited people actually trying to play it. I would say that you are crazy if you're going to even attempt to play hardcore in the first week of the game.
People just do it for content.
The chance that you die to zoning or server crashes or server lag and instability are much higher than the best case you might even imagine. I think your character is gonna die the most unfair way possible, and you don't want to be that guy, you know. So
I also don't know if every class has a death save. I'm pretty sure Sorcerer has a death save, but I don't know if Barb does. And I don't think you can have a game that has hardcore where some classes have a death save and others don't. I think that's like super fucking cheesy. Only Sork so far? Yeah, maybe it'll change at higher levels. But like, that is such trash.
Unless they have grace periods and significant account for them, hardcore is not really viable in my opinion. Another aspect is the general balance of things. There are so many skills and so many aspects to them. You know what? I'll give you another example. It feels like balance is not finely tuned. Okay? Like, look at this. Your core skills deal 4%.
This sucks dick. You just look at it and you know that. Just look at it. It sucks dick. There it is. It's right there.
% increased damage when cast above 50 mana.
3 talent points into that does half of what a legendary affix does. 3, and you have to put talent points into this one that gives you increased total mana as well.
Right? To constantly cast core skills and be over 50 mana is really hard to do. It's second in line after additional mana. 3 additional mana? Wow. Really? Core skills are generally not even the best skills. You can get 3% damage, or even, what is that, 6% damage for 1 point.
Yeah.
This is 4 on 1 core skill. If you level a core skill up 1 level, it gains 10% damage.
Too.
So in a realistic case, you'd have to be using like 3 simultaneous core skills on a regular rotation for this to maybe be worth it, and you need to watch your mana while you're doing it. It's just like...
way too much.
Yeah. I think they didn't really...
It's like the legendary, for example, like it makes it to where like your spells do 33, and all spells, not just core spells, all of your spells do 33, or you know, it's like 25 to like 35 or something like that, % more damage based off of your remaining mana. So there's even a slider to it. It's not like a binary thing where, oh, you don't have enough, well, you're fucked.
Like very finely tune the numbers on these things.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have kind of realized that, you know, playing the first few levels of Sork and Rogue and Barb, some of the stuff just feels so off. So when you have the level...
This is what happened, is like there's apparently like a level 20 Barb, and he was playing the game, and he saw a sorcerer run by him and just kill everything with like 1 chain lightning. And this guy wanted them to take the open world stuff out of the game because it upset him so much to see that. That's how bad the balance was. He said, take this open world shit out of the game. Like, this is just upsetting me.
Of complexity of the character design and the item system that I hope I've convinced you of. When you stack that up to all the crazy possibilities we'll probably experience in the Paragon system, we have a system that has an unbelievably large amount of variables.
Yes.
It's a case where I don't think there is any like small group of testers that could really iron out the game. what's going to happen is this. The game's going to come out, and the community is going to bounce ideas off each other, work together, and some people are going to figure out these combinations.
And the beta test, and they did this on purpose. That's why Season 1 isn't starting whenever the game comes out. Is because they are expecting to have done a bad job testing. They are expecting, like, yeah, we probably fucked this one up. Well, let's have the players test it first, then we'll figure out the OP combos from them, and then we'll have it ready for the first season. That's what I think it is.
Item builds, character builds that are not going to do like 50% more damage than others. They're going to do like 100 times more damage than others.
Yeah.
And even though there's this really rich sense of, you know, the game overall, I feel like because the values are not quite finely tuned and a bit all over the place, there is going to be like 1 or 2 builds that's going to be vastly superior for every class, and eventually everyone is going to spec into it, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I think that's very disappointing. There should be, I would say, minimum 5 good builds.
Complex systems require really finely tuned management of the values.
And also an economy makes more builds viable, because obviously, like, you guys ever played, like, in PoE again, like have you ever played Righteous Fire after Righteous Fire gets buffed and fucking Pox makes a new video about it and it's got 300,000 views and you're
Are you
trying
boys
to
excited
buy
for
same
Diablo 4? Are any of you guys gonna play
damage,
it?
Fire damage,
Anybody that can hear my voice?
mace, that's
Is anybody playing
17
Diablo
other
4?
fucking boomers
I
that
can
can
see all the chats. I just need one person to tell me yes.
only play Righteous
Diablo 4, boys.
Fire are trying to buy, and it's like the price of it is now like 15x, 20x what it's supposed to be. So then you're like, okay, you know what? Let's play something different that has a cheaper, you know, a cheaper entry fee, basically, or cheaper like way to get into it. So yeah, I think that absolutely happens. Yeah, and that's one good thing that economy fixes, in a soft way, not a hard way, but a soft way.
And I'm not really seeing that in this department. Another part is bosses, notably world bosses. So world bosses work this way. 12 players in the area basically challenge the world boss. So you're like, hey, Crypt, that seems okay. World bosses are pretty epic. They're pretty cool. A lot of people said that in the beta, it was the highlight of their gameplay. And you know what? I think there are points to agree with that, other than the fact that barbarians really just died a lot. And I never died on the world boss. It's super easy. 2 screens away. Hydra, 3,000 damage per second.
Yes.
Literally 2 screens away from the boss. Not a single mechanic could even reach me.
That's right.
And like in one case, I did the world boss while eating, while playing Battlegrounds.
Yeah, that's right.
3,000 DPS. Okay. So, yes, it is extremely unfair to some classes, but it's more unfair and has a tragic design flaw. Parties in Diablo 4 are 4 people. And there's no ways to extend that. So if you want to do a world boss, you at most can get 3 of your most powerful friends, you bring your most powerful character, and you go to the world boss area, the timer ticks down, and you have like 8 random people around. If those 8 random people around are like low-level people who don't know how to do the fight,
nubs.
Well, obviously Blizzard's gonna account for that.
Yeah.
So unless there is a system for like maybe linking 3 groups or a larger group or like a raid group or a battle group, which does not exist in the beta anyway, I will say with confidence there is 0 chance that world bosses are aspirational content in Diablo 4.
They are. I guarantee you they're not going to be. I think world bosses are just, it's like a woolly mammoth back in the old days. They're big, they're stupid, they're slow, and you kill them. It's a loot pinata. Yep, there it is.
I think world bosses effectively force you into looking for a raid system like in World of Warcraft, and they're not going to make the hardest system when 2/3 of the challengers of a world boss are literally random.
Are goofballs.
So that is a terrible mechanic. There's been a lot of mechanics that don't work very well in terms of the shared overworld. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to have everyone do any part of it that they want, which is kind of like a sense of freedom. But there is a lot of issues with it.
I am overburdened.
This problem, I think, will remain with the game. This is one of those problems that is very heavy to balance, very heavy to move around, very, very difficult to change because it's so core to the game. So I think it will always plague Diablo 4. And I'm talking about the forced multiplayer level scaling party system. What happens is you're going to go in whatever zone it is, Act 1 is, and you're going to do it on like a level 3 character. You're going to notice that your level 3 character one-shots the bears.
Welcomes you.
And then you're going to notice that like a level 40 character is beside you, and he's actually struggling with the bears. He kills them in like 3 hits, even though he's using like stronger abilities. You're going to have cases where a level 3 character is going to be beside a level 40 character, and the level 3 character is going to be stronger in that zone than the level 40 character.
This is so dumb because Blizzard had this same problem with priests and low-level characters in WoW. And people would level up priests that were disciplined priests to farm the Valentine's Day mount because their level scaled DPS, like where everybody else is doing like, you know, 200,000 DPS, they were doing 1.3 million DPS, level scaled up, and they were also healing themselves to full health every second with their damage. So you were actually queuing in at max level in Legion, yes. In Legion, they were doing like, yeah, it probably was more than 1 million DPS then, probably 3 million DPS. And you were getting carried. You're level 110. You're getting carried by a level 16 priest that's a healer.
All the mobs scale with your level simultaneously. It's a very complex system, and that's why I don't think it will change. I don't think it will be scrapped because it's too core to the actual game.
Yeah, it's stupid, but
basically what happens is the monsters just scale to your level.
Yeah.
And you might be thinking, hey, that's okay.
Yeah.
Here's one of the main consequences. I don't want to take up this video. I could probably talk 30 minutes on this subject. But the main consequence is that when you level up, you are always weaker. Okay? Unless you just unlock like your ultimate ability, except for like 3 or 4 levels where you like unlock the next tier of abilities as you're leveling. Unless that happens, when you level up, the instant you level up, your character will always get weaker.
And that wasn't the case in Diablo 3. Because, like, and it's not the case in PoE. Like, a lot of times, whenever you get to, like, Act 6, Act 7, like, you've got maybe a 4-link going on, maybe you got lucky with a 5-link, like, you got all your stuff coming together, like, you're fucking zooming, bro. Like, you're just getting more and more powerful, building up momentum, bigger dick damage, like, you're killing bosses, it's not a big deal, and like, you build that up. So, like, the growth of the game is definitely an issue. I think so. Like where the early game stuff is a joke, and then the harder, you know, the higher level you get, the more annoying shit is. It does feel bad.
Because 1 point on the skill tree at most is 10% damage, and my hands-on understanding is that the monsters gain more than 10% health. So how does your character get stronger? Well, oftentimes it doesn't. Okay, you're kind of just trying to keep up with the level scale. It's not like a traditional, you know, Diablo 2 style game where, oh, this zone is too hard, I'll go to a lower level zone. There is no lower level zone. You can like drop the difficulty of the world and probably get like crappy drops in experience. Or you can just, I don't know, try to fight through it anyway. I personally hate that. I think it's a terrible system.
I think that it's not good for leveling, but the problem is that there are so many advantages to having scaling at max level that I don't really see them getting rid of it. I don't see it happening.
It has its advantages because it's very inclusive.
Yeah, it's
but I think it just doesn't feel good as the character. So how do you get stronger? Well, most of the power that you're going to gain as you play the game is going to come from items. So if you're playing through the game and you find like a legendary item, especially one with an ability you didn't have that is very good for your class and character, your power level is going to go up a lot in some cases.
I thought the
But then you're going to
stories of
level up,
treasure in the tower were nothing
and
but
your power level is
lies.
going to drop.
Yep.
And then it's going to drop.
I'm glad you found something of value in that death trap. Would that our sisters had been so fortunate.
Drop again after another level. It's going to drop again after another level. But then you find another item, you know? So it feels very weird. I don't like hate it, but I don't like it. And I do think it is a very rigid base system in the game that is going to cause a lot of problems over time.
It doesn't feel as good leveling up in Diablo 4 with a system like this. World of Warcraft is the same way, or it has been with previous expansions. It doesn't feel as good as it feels in PoE, or it felt in Diablo 3, or it felt in Classic WoW or Burning Crusade, whenever you were like, you went back to Westfall after you did the Dead Mines 2 times. Now you've got Cruel Barb. You're a rogue. Those fucking Defias pillagers, they're dead before they even finish the cast. You don't need to worry about fireballs anymore, because they're fucking dead.
And yeah, the forced multiplayer thing too. It might be pretty annoying.
I
I think you're going to see a lot of griefing. Again, another reason why I wouldn't really play hardcore.
I think the grace period we saw is very true.
Itemization is a bit too simple in terms of like the item level system.
Yeah.
I wish there was more complexities, and in some cases there are too far of complexities. Like if we just quickly go through the system here, it's like, okay, what do we got here? Basic skill damage, vulnerable damage, damage to crackers on enemies, core skill damage. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
That's whatever.
But you're gonna see some things like, oh, by the way, here's another bad one for the UI. You want to see actually what your stats are? You have to click on materials and stats.
And why does it default to your plant? How many plants does I got? Where are the plants at? How? Oh, like nah, bro. I want to see what my numbers are.
Which always defaults to plants.
Yes.
And then you have to click this button.
It's annoying.
Which shows your gold and your active buffs. And then you have to scroll down. So things like overpower chance. You have a 3% chance to do like a crazy large hit, and it's based off of your life plus 4
This
to
overpower thing is fucking stupid, by the way. I don't want to learn it.
5 plus the overpowered damage bonus, and on multi-hit skills, it overpowered damages every single hit of the skills, so it's fast hitting. Low damage skills that multi-hit is incredibly good, so you can stack health, and even though it's 3% chance, you're gonna do like no damage, no damage, no damage, but then every 10th or 30th hit, you're gonna do like 30 times damage. It's so confusing to really get a grasp for some of these mechanics, but in other cases, the itemization is like item power. What is item power? Well, an item has an item power. It's kind of like an item level.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work like item level in Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 or Path of Exile.
It's like in WoW.
It seems like, and again, it's debatable, but it seems like if an item of a certain item power drops, it's like an item level, but the stats that spawn on the item are always of that item level. What does that mean? So you could have like 3 int on boots if they're like level 3 or something like that. I don't know, it's just an example. But if you find item level 373 boots, it's always going to be a range of 11 to 18, as you can see on the item. Always. You're never going to have a stat higher than 18 or lower than 11. It's always the top bracket of stats. You might be thinking, hey, that's pretty good. That means items are generally pretty good. Yes, items are generally pretty good. And that is a good thing in a way, but the item level scales with your level. So if you find those perfect gloves with the perfect stats, with the perfect imprinted mod of additional Hydra, and then you fast forward 3 levels, yeah, you need to find that exact same item again, with the exact same stats, with the exact same power or imprinted power, because it's going to...
You can imprint it on the new item, however, which is a little bit better, but yes, it is annoying and it is kind of obnoxious.
To have marginally more stats. I feel like this game is going to be constantly finding the same items you already have as you level.
Yeah.
And that's only really solved by having an extremely fast and cheap journey to maximum level.
Yeah, I think that Diablo 4 doesn't really have like a leveling experience. Most games don't have really leveling experiences anymore.
Which, honestly, I also hate. I really like the idea of grinding out levels and having that time spent in the game be meaningful.
I think that it will, but it's only going to matter 90 plus. It's going to be kind of like PoE, or my understanding is that this is the way that Diablo 2 works, is that like the last levels will matter, but the majority of them won't.
So that is kind of a mess. And one of the hardest things to manage in ARPGs, because all these systems rarely work out in one another, is PvP. That quick little 10-bit of overpower should give you some idea about what PvP might be like. I played a rogue and I used Flurry, which is a good skill to stack overpower. Now, because it hits like 10 times, I think it overpowers more often than 3%, because I think... I don't know exactly how it works, but it overpowers like 10% of the time. You know, there's like some lucky hit mechanics in the works and all that. I don't know exactly how it works, but basically...
Which, by the way, I don't think the lucky hit percentage is on your character sheet. I didn't see it. I looked for it. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see it.
When I normally deal damage with it, it hits for like 40 damage.
It's not.
And when I overpower it, because the overpower damage is based on my health and fortify effect, it hits for about 600, but it hits 10 times.
That's a lot.
So we're talking about a skill that randomly hits 15 times harder every now and then. Just as an example, I don't have faith that they're going to balance the game appropriately because of the complexity at high level, and I certainly have zero faith that it's going to work out for PvP after that with like all the randomness and all that. In terms of fairness, I think PvP is going to be a mess.
Oh yeah.
But there is a zone with PvP as part of the world, so I don't know how incentivized or forced that will be on its players,
Hopefully
but I
not very.
doubt it's going to be a particularly good experience for most of the players in it.
Yeah.
The big unknown at the end of all this is the end game loop. I think that is what really sells the game for the ages. How fun is it to play this game for many hours, for many months, for many years, and in case of Diablo 2, for many decades? And that is not something that we know. And that is something that is really defining of a game, that is really defining of its success among its most hardcore players, its most enthusiastic players, at least. And that is something that we don't know. But a lot of the systems I talk about, I think makes the end game a real wild card. I hope I've convinced you guys of my original thoughts. I think a lot of the base systems can work out really well. I think there's a lot of really cool things about Diablo 4, but I think almost all of them need some tweaking. And
I think that a lot of his concerns are built around uncertainty and a lack of confidence that Blizzard will adequately balance the systems. I think that's fundamentally what his concern is. He says, this seems really complex. There's so many variables going on. There's no way you're going to be able to do it right.
Overall, some of that tweaking, I don't think can be done in 2.5 months. But
It
again,
probably won't be.
again, the beta that we're playing, we don't know how old that is. That might be where they were with the game 6 months ago. Who knows, right? So I don't know what we're going to get on day one, but if the beta that we're playing right now is fairly current with where the development of the game is, I think it will be not all that great of a game on launch. Of course, with a lot of factors, one of which how much they're going to put into the game until that time. Thank you for watching this very long video. I hope I've convinced you that I'm pretty good at these type of games, and maybe you got some member berries off Crypt talking about Diablo for a change.
I did.
Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the videos. Take care.
Holy shit. Yep. Goddamn. Holy shit. That was a video, man. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That was a real video. Jesus. So, I pretty much agree with everything he said. I think that some of the problems, like the UI problems, some of them are easier to solve, some of them are not. I do think the leveling problem with getting better gear and then replacing the gear, it's very awkwardly designed, but I don't see it being a massive problem. However, I do think that as a new player going into the game, it could actually be a bigger problem than I'm expecting, because new players...
I really think Diablo 4 is
dealing with something as a new player... They're
Seems
not
like
they didn't play Diablo 3 for 3,000 hours like I did.
A lot of good things going for
They
it.
didn't play Path of Exile. They're not into this kind of stuff. They don't play video games professionally. So whenever they have to do it and they think it's annoying, well, they just stop playing the game entirely. So that's what my concern is with the leveling being janky and having this like weird type of like, you know, you farm an item and then you refarm the same item and then you farm the same item again that's higher level. It's like, that seems kind of bad. I don't know. I didn't really feel like I was getting any more powerful as I leveled up, even as a sorcerer. I feel like my power was really, really high at like, you know, levels under level 10. And then after that, it was pretty much flatlined. So that was my perspective on it. Cinema's info and delivery from 1 hour video. Yeah, he plays a lot of these fucking games. I mean, that's just what it comes down to, of course. I mean, this is Kriparian here. This guy fucking was the Diablo 3 god. Yeah, I mean, I'll link you guys a video. Make sure to give it a like, give him a sub. Okay, this guy is an OG. He's a real one. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Yeah, Last Epoch is better than Diablo 4. We're gonna play Last Epoch after the Diablo 4 beta this weekend is over.
No one should ever be caged.
It's been there for ARPG market for ages. Yeah, exactly. How on earth did you rate an 8.5? Oh, I think it's an 8.5. I think it's much higher. I think that he's rating it. So, like, here's the thing, right? He's rating it conceptually on the expectation that the end game will be unbalanced. Which I agree with him. I agree with him. I don't really care because I just assume I'll have it fixed for the first season, which is fine. Now, if the first season is unbalanced, then it's a problem. But I can't write a rating check for that. But he's right to be skeptical. I mean, he's played Blizzard games longer than I have. He knows what's going to happen. So yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. Every game is trash and unbalanced. We'll beat me to have 10 if it was for free. Can you watch Necro gameplay? No, I'm just going to wait and play it whenever it comes out. I might watch it a little bit a day before the game comes out, but that's about it. To be honest, I'll play D4 just for the story, and I like the story of the Diablo universe. After that, I quit instantly. Oh yeah, I mean, as long as you're getting something out of it, that seems good to me, man. Yeah, as long as you enjoy it. That's all that matters. Beta, come on, it's not final. No, it's not, but I think it's fair to say that I've never played
Damn, that guy hit hard,
I played World of Warcraft, and there's always some unbalanced broken bullshit. I played Diablo 3. There's always some unbalanced, broken bullshit. And it's been like that for a long time. And Overwatch, there's always some unbalanced, broken bullshit.
I am overburdened.
Hearthstone's bad anyway, pay to win. I don't know. I never played it. I'm gonna link you guys a video one more time. Yeah, Diablo 4 is easily tilted. Diablo 4 haters are a little too unfair. I think the reason why people are so unfair with Diablo 4 is because people want it to be good so much.
people really, really, really want this game to be good. Like, and so like for them, a fucking a 5 is like a 9 for another game, because they're like, we really, really want it to be good. We don't want to have any fucking bullshit. We don't want to have it like a real money auction house again, although it was cool whenever it came out the first time. Made some money off of that, but otherwise, you don't want lag, error 37, any bullshit. So I think that's what the thing is. It's Blizzard, what do you expect? Yeah, and I think also Blizzard has such a bad reputation that people go into it. It's like, you know, like Blizzard has like low charisma rating. So like every interaction that they have is going to be viewed negatively. Like it will start negative and will have to improve to become neutral. That's kind of what happens. You can't even balance a handful of classes. You clearly lost it, regardless of their rap. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's hard to balance shit. It's a $70 game. It has to be good. I don't want an MMO. I want a game. Well, MMOs are games, but I mean, we'll have to see what happens. Seasons will make or break the game. Absolutely. Yeah, seasons will make or break the game. That's what really matters. The game on release, I know it sounds stupid, but the game on release, I am fully expecting it to be fucking garbage. And not even fucking garbage, but like very unbalanced. I think it's going to be super unbalanced. And then hopefully by the time seasons come out, they will be balanced. It's like a full reset of the game. It's like a few different affixes and changes to the end game, so it makes the game different. That's basically what it is. I bought the balance and the players switch up for you and another month. Yeah, that's fine. Like, that's fine. I like finding accommodations and stuff like that. It's not a big deal. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I'm excited for the game. Definitely, I think all the points he brings up are completely valid. The UI issues. Why does it open up your plants tab first? Luckily, a lot of the concerns that he said in the game, and this is what he said at the beginning of the video, is that it can be a 9 or an 8 out of 10 game. And I think it was a live service game like this. The truth is that PoE was not a 10 out of 10 out the gate. Diablo 3 was not a 10 out of 10 out the gate. Last Epoch, my understanding, I have not played the game, was not. Skills? Yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna have to get a new skill instead of, what did they get rid of? Strike Wave or something? Okay, where the fuck was I? So I went over here and then, oh yeah, I need to go down to the bottom and do the cave stand. Have I tried return?
Get shit on.
People said that I should though.
Almost got my
You get
dick
overdrive as a
there.
replacement. Yeah, it's like that 3 attack thing. I think it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's so nice to be able to do that. Okay, we'll go to this one first. Oh, I didn't even see that. God damn. Bro, this slicer thing is so good. It just cuts the fuck out of people. Okay, veterans prosthesis. I don't think I need that. Returnal was amazing. If it's that good, I can try it out. Maybe I'll play it. Is it a big download?
I could try it today. I don't know. Drops off of nail. Wait, oh, it does? Wait, was it a weapon? Is veteran's prosthesis a weapon? It's a talisman? Okay. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Yeah. Try Returnal, it's amazing. Man, maybe I should. I mean, I'm not completely against it, I'll tell you that.
We're gonna find a different thing, something else to watch. Like Elden Ring, I just haven't played enough of it to enjoy videos about it yet. If that makes sense.
See, he got the same one I did. See, I knew it was a good idea.
In orange there,
I knew
deal
it.
64% increased damage while you have a barrier active.
Oops. Wrong thing. Ooh, let's watch this.
Hi, I'm Anna, and Diablo 4 Beta, Early Access Diablo 4 Beta is over. And guys, here's for you my piece of feedback about the game. I'll tell you in this video things that I loved about the game and things that I hated about the game. Everything new will be here for you. Okay, let's go. Let's start from the hate, guys, you nasty people. Okay, chat asked for hate, we are going for hate. Okay, what I hated about the game, about the Diablo 4. Numero uno, inventory. Inventory is ridiculous. So, in Diablo 4, the inventory has 3 rows, bunch of sockets in the rows. But absolutely every item in the game has the same size. So your pants will be the same size as your jewelry, as your ring, and together, and it will have the same size as your gem, which is really annoying, which is really small. I checked, I noticed that after one dungeon, completing one dungeon, I have to go back to town and salvage or sell my items or do something with my items, because inventory is filling up really quick, and you need the items because you need the money, you need gold, and this, by the way, kind of good, but the inventory is just not nice. Inventory is really annoying. Either the items should have different size, or maybe we should have a different page for gems, for example. That would also kind of solve the issue. Or maybe one page for armor, one page for jewelry. I would even take this, because at this point, when your ring has the same size as your chest armor, it's kind of not that cool, not that nice. It's not inventory. I know maybe a lot of people would love to have kind of inventory Tetris from Diablo 2. A lot of people would hate inventory Tetris from Diablo 2. I absolutely get it, but I don't know. Inventory 2, Diablo 2 inventory Tetris seems at this point even better than just the same size of the items all the time. So this is something that I don't like. Oh, guys, creative solution from chat. What if we will have a horse inventory. So in the actual game, you have to increase the inventory space. Basically, you're using your horse, and on your horse you have an inventory. You can also pick up the items and put them in your horse inventory. That would be absolutely amazing, I think. Okay, number 2, what I don't like about the game, what was kind of annoying in the game, it is the fact that dungeons are quite repetitive. You really quick, first couple of times you're doing them, you're enjoying the views, you're enjoying the monsters, but really quick you have this feeling that the dungeons are repeating themselves. The structure of the dungeons and the quests in the dungeons are repeating themselves really often. It's partially compensated by the fact that you don't need to complete all the dungeons. You are completing the dungeons, either they're part of the story, but they're just the little dungeons as a part of the story, and also you're completing the dungeons when you need the Codex of powers, the legendary powers from the Codex of Power. On one hand, so you don't have to complete all the dungeons. On the also, dungeons will be in the end game, they will be changed by the modifiers. Yeah, in the end game we will have nightmare dungeons, we will be using sigils, hopefully that's how they're called. They will be modifying the dungeons, so the quests, the objectives in the dungeons will be different. This is all cool, but still the dungeons experience, it is quite repetitive and it's quite annoying, unfortunately. So surprisingly, in the Diablo game, in Diablo 4, you don't actually that excited about going into a dungeon. You prefer exploring the fields to see what's going on around and not going into the dungeons. Nice touch to the dungeon mechanics, to this dungeon system, is that you need to get the legendary powers. Completing the dungeons, by completing the dungeons, you're collecting the legendary powers for your Codex of Power. And this is really nice because it is triggering your gathering instincts or your collector instincts. So you wanna collect the legendary powers and you wanna finish your collection, you wanna get all the dungeons, and this is kind of driving you forward, this is moving you, this is giving you the reason to complete all the dungeons. But once again, by itself, dungeons are not that interesting, I would say. Okay, and the last piece of negativity from me about the game is clans. Guys, there are only 150 players in the clan, maximum possible. First of all, it's not enough, it's so not enough, even already in the beta. And the second major minus, so far, there is no actually clan functionality, there is no clan quests, there is no clan anything. There is no clan life, so to say, that was somehow announced or that we know about, that will be there. Maybe later, after the release, something will appear, but currently clans are small, and clans are something that's basically helping you to find the party, how it is working in Diablo 3, but they don't have the actual meaning, which is, no, for me it is really sad. I was hoping to form the ultimate clan squad, I don't know, and go all together fight the world boss and have the world boss clan leaderboard and have this is just all dreams, guys. It's just all dreams, but that would be absolutely sick and absolutely amazing. Some clan events or something like this. There we have Diablo Immortal, where we have clan wars, actual clan wars available, and this is ultimately sick. So I'm kind of looking at the clan in Diablo 4 and I really hope to have eventually something like this.
He's dead as fuck.
The other thing that I don't like about Diablo 4 is Barbarian, but okay. Tough topic, we're not gonna talk about this. Let's better talk about love. Guys, what I loved, what I enjoyed the most in the game. Or at least what I can think about right now. Okay, first of all, guys, I played Content Creators Beta back in November, so I knew what to expect. I knew what's coming. And here I'm basically telling you about the things that surprised me, that I was excited about to see in this beta. And first of all, guys, it is the animation and the lighting of the game. So how I felt from the beta that we played in November to the beta that we played now in March, a lot of skills were polished and animation is now brighter. Your character is brighter, animation is brighter. I really enjoy it because you can now actually see things on the screen, and your character and animation and everything became brighter, shinier, sparklier. Skills looks absolutely amazing, absolutely stunning. Even though some barbarian skills, but I haven't told you absolutely anything about this. I just love that in which direction developers went a little bit more into they went to the lights. They turned to the light side a little bit more. The game is still dark, the game is still gloomy, the game is still, there's a lot of blood everywhere. But now at least you can see this blood! And you can see the beautiful, really beautiful skill. I think it's
I definitely agree with that.
in Diablo game, what your characters are doing, how beautiful your characters are performing the skills. It's also really important, and that's why it is so cool. The next ultimate love point is going to the butcher. Come on, guys, that was obvious, but I guess you all enjoyed the butcher. I guess everyone, you all were slaughtered by the butcher. I encountered the butcher only once during the beta, and I feel the pain and I feel the suffer, and it's so sad that I saw him only once. I didn't get to fight him yet. I wanna try him again. He
looks fucking
so
crazy.
Amazing. This is such a comeback from Diablo 1, and he is fast and he is dragging you to himself. I don't know, he is fast, he is ultimately powerful, and he's so scary, and he has the proper sound, and he can one-shot you, okay, two-shot you maximum, so this feels ultimately beautiful and really nice touch from the development team. He is spawning randomly in the dungeons. You can't specifically go to some place and you will see the butcher. No, you're in the middle of the dungeon. You're not thinking about the butcher. You don't think about absolutely anything. And in the next room, you see him. He's jumping out of nowhere on you, and he is trying to kill you, and looks like he will succeed. Wow, good touch. Really well made. Adding also a little piece. World bosses are cool. World bosses are just cool, guys. Try them in the open beta. They will destroy you. If you're playing hardcore, they will destroy you. Be really careful, but you will die. World bosses are really cool. That is absolutely a great experience in the beta. What else I loved? What else is awesome? Kinda, probably for some people, obviously you will say, but well, the story is really cool. It is on point, guys. It's absolutely going with the Diablo story. I will not spoil you absolutely anything, but it is. I just believe it's really well made. It is really on point. The story and the lore. It is dark. It is sad. It is sanctuary. Nothing good is happening in the sanctuary, basically. And we all should join Lilith. We really should join Lilith in all of this and stop fighting Lilith. What the hell are we doing there? And yeah, guys, from the very first act, we see Lilith already. What Lilith is doing, she's absolutely gorgeous. And well, really nice. Another really cool thing is, in my opinion, Codex of Power system, guys. Well, Diablo 4 gonna have the new for Diablo games itemization system. We're gonna have the legendary items will be dropping. You have normal items, magic items, rare items, legendary items, and everything that is higher than legendary items. But doesn't matter, it was not dropping in the beta, it will drop later. So far, in the beta, we had a lot of legendary items. And the legendary powers on those legendary items, they're not bound to this exact item. You can extract the legendary power from an item and you can imbue it on a different item. You can also collect the legendary powers in your Codex of Power. To collect the legendary powers, you need to complete the dungeons, and you have this collection. I need to collect everything. I need to collect legendary powers. And you can collect the powers for your character, the one that you're playing right now, or you can collect the powers also for the different characters. And then later, when you will be starting a different character, you already have the Codex of Power, you already have the powers for this character. And Codex of Power is working like a book. You can use the power from the Codex of Power and you can put it on a different legendary item or on a rare item, and this will upgrade the rare item into a legendary item. This actually sounds quite complex, but this is also showing the complexity that the game has, the depth in those systems with the Codex of Power, with the items, how it's all working together. But it's complex and simple at the same time. I personally think that it has this nice sweet level of complexity. You also need to think about how the skills are working in combination of those legendary powers, which stats do you have on the items to work good with combination with legendary powers from the Codex of Power, and all over this. It's great. It is just great. It feels nice. It feels good for the nerds. It feels how you have something to grind for. You need to complete the dungeons to collect all the powers, and you can immediately look at the map and you can immediately choose the dungeons that you need, which powers do you need, which dungeons do you need to complete, for which build you are going, how you're building your character, how you're putting things together. It's a really sweet system, new for Diablo 4, but sweet and nice. Codex of Power is also giving the value, gigantic value, to your rare items, because now you are not just salvaging them right away, you're checking every rare item, because maybe the stats on the rare item are absolutely awesome, and you can just add the legendary power from the Codex of Power to your rare item and it will become legendary. This is actually really well made. And the final word, guys. Overall, I would say the Diablo 4 currently was, for me, 8 out of 10. We had enormous fun this weekend. We were blasting with the community, and Diablo 4 the beta left me with a feeling that, that's it? There is still so many things to try, there is still so many things to test in the game, and it was 3 days, it was absolutely not enough, even though I played every day 11 hours. I can't wait for the next beta, for the next characters, for Necromancer and for Druid. And the most ridiculous part, I'm not finished yet with the Rogue, Sorceress and Barbarian. I still need to test enormous amount of things there. I want to see enormous amount of things there, and this is saying something about the game. That's only level we saw just the first act. We saw just a touch. Only till level 25 we were able to level our characters, so I am so far actually quite impressed how fun it is to play with the community, how cool it is at this point. Some improvements should be made, would be cool if they would be made, but right now Diablo 4 is in a really good spot. Thank you so much for watching, chat, thank you so much for helping. Guys, drop a comment below. What did you like, what you didn't like? about the game. Are you excited about the beta? If you were not playing the early access beta and you will be jumping in right now in the open beta, check out also the builds that I made for sorceress and for rogue. If you played early access beta, also check them out. They're absolutely amazing builds, and you will have a lot of fun in the early access beta. I will be starting. You will have a lot of fun in the open beta. I will be starting the open beta from Necromancer, and then I will be going into the Druid, and then I will be playing them all, going nuts with them all. Yeah, guys, next weekend can't come sooner. We need Diablo 4 back. Give it back. Give it back. It's awesome. So, once again, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and see you really soon in the Sanctuary, in the open beta.
When it comes to genre-defining games, seldom is the attention put on its creation or the first iteration, focusing instead on what they became rather than what they were. For most, with every new patch, DLC, and sequel, more and more of what made that game so special in the first place is lost. IPs created and published by Activision Blizzard are certainly no exception. With what was once Warcraft the real-time strategy is now known as Warcraft the MMORPG, or Warcraft Refunded.
Alright, sorry about that, boys. I need something that's... I need some funny in my life, boys. Oh, we have a huge controversy here.
Since our boy's playing Diablo, WASD is a huge controversial topic for the ARPG genre. Some people want it, some purists don't want it in the game, even as an option. They say the game's got to keep its roots. There's nobody who thinks that WASD is bad. I don't believe it. Imagine doing this for hours. I don't have to, I did. Now using WASD, okay. I'm just holding the attack button instead of clicking. Pay attention to the cursor. Yup. Much more comfortable to play long session without clicking my mouse movement.
I completely
I'm gonna
fucking agree with this.
Click to move games are inferior. They're inferior in every single way. I've never played a game that click to move was better than WASD. And I think that you should be able to do that. If you want to do that. But I don't think there's anybody who actually thinks WASD movement is bad. Yeah, there's no way WASD movement is far more satisfying. It's just better. I thought that Diablo 4 has WASD movement. Does it or not? Yeah, only controllers? It doesn't? People have been asking for it. It does not. Well, wait, why?
Doesn't. It's so bullshit because it's in Diablo.
Why would I ever not want that? Imagine
like, why would you not have features in one game that you have in another? It just doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of people who don't want to click a mouse button for 2 hours 5 times every second. People don't want to do that. It's repetitive motion. They could have carpal tunnel or something like that. Why would anybody want to do that? I mean, they could be like 43 years old. Like, I mean, fuck. They're not, you know, their hands ain't what they used to be.
This is way bigger than...
I think what they should do is they should just add it as an option.
I hope they add a WASD movement. If adding an
option for something means that nobody is able to play it the other way, then I think that says something about the other way. Rather than like, oh, let's handicap everybody because we don't want everybody to have to use this quality of life feature. It's just such a psychotic way of looking at things.
Love Tom.
Yeah. So much so that I'd let him f me over.
Ooh, this is interesting. So you would let him fuck you over, and you're like, you have so much goodwill built up that you could look past it.
I'll tell you a true story. I don't know if Tom knows this.
Right.
I think his dad ran sex stores.
Right.
And says,
I've never seen Bert look this uncomfortable. We need another drink.
I'm like shaking.
Why are you crying?
Shaking.
You have tears in your eyes.
Give me the beer. Give me the beer. Give me the beer. No.
It's just shocking.
Check out my special Razzle Dazzle. What a fucking weird episode. I've never done a podcast like this in my life. You guys to be up today. I've been the luckiest guy in the world. When I die, everyone should just go like, I don't deserve any of the stuff I've gotten. I don't deserve anything. And it's been like, and I've done everything in the world. I've traveled the world 4 times. I have 2 beautiful daughters. I'm in love with my wife, and I have the greatest career that I feel so lucky to have, and I have awesome friends. Like, when I die, and I shouldn't have had any of it. There's people that don't have any of it. I can't, I mean, I hope my funeral's fun.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. And today is a very big day. We're in the middle of a global economic meltdown.
Yes.
Okay?
I think I caused it.
You might have. You don't know who's talking just right now. I mean, you do because you clicked the fucking thumbnail, but we're going to set it up as if you don't. Okay? The president, the ex-president, the last president might be getting arrested today when this comes out. The Pentagon has confirmed fucking aliens.
Motherships.
A mothership. And little UFOs might be going to America, and there's only one man that can save us all. It's a man to my right now. That's the man, the myth, the machine. It's Bert Kreischer.
Let's go, Bert!
Yes, Bert. Now, Bert, it is weird you requested not to have our black co-host on the show. That I thought was kind of weird.
Well,
you said I'll only come back. You said I'll only come back if I'm the only one wearing 2 Rolexes.
Wakanda forever.
Oh, that's Wakanda too?
Yeah, baby.
What was with the 2 fucking Rolexes?
I didn't even notice it. That's so crazy.
I didn't even know. Oh, is that what's happening right now? My arms are fully loaded.
You know, I figure if you're promoting a special called Razzle Dazzle.
No, that's a good ass point.
Razzle Dazzle.
That's a good ass point.
Yes. I was with Cigar yesterday. He was throwing this one away, so I just picked it up and.
Really?
He was like, I'm done with it, and I was like,
now I do have a question about how you're wearing them.
Yeah.
Because I do kind of like watches.
I love.
This is valid.
Now this Rolex here.
Yes.
Is made for left-handed people, so you can wear it in your right hand.
Now, here's what's interesting.
Okay.
That's not accurate.
Well, you tell me.
Because I bought this yesterday.
Okay.
We were in Vegas yesterday, so and I were doing a thing at the MGM.
Yeah.
This is the new thing. It's a throwback. They're doing this all year.
And which side is it on?
It's for left-handed people, yes, but they're doing this on all the watches now.
That's not true. It's only on that watch.
No.
You got lied to.
No. Hold on, because I sat on a plane. I sat in a plane.
They
with
haven't
a dude.
announced the new Rolexes until like next week.
Yeah, this is last year's.
Yeah.
No, this is. I just got it yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's but that doesn't mean they didn't make it and then give it to you.
Call Cigar.
We're in this year right now, okay? We're in this year right now. What I'm trying to say is this could work perfectly because you just take the Daytona and you put it on your left.
Yeah.
Then you
Right,
take
and
the
then you take this one on the right,
Yeah.
and then everything is gold and it fits perfect and it works great.
Yeah.
No, I really fucked this up.
Because how on earth are you gonna fix that while it's on, Ethan?
No, I didn't even set it when I bought it yesterday. They were explaining that this is a thing they're doing this year.
But be honest, you didn't listen. You were just like, give me the fucking
I did not. I don't even know what one this was called. I didn't even know what the one was called. And by the way, I didn't even pick it out. We're being real serious.
Check to see if they're on different times. Hold on.
Of course they're on different
But that way it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. You know what I mean? That's true.
Cheers to that, baby!
Yeah.
The motherfucking man.
I didn't even pick it out. I walked in and they go, Christine's picked your watch out. It's waiting for you. I said, which one am I getting? He goes, you'll see. And she had picked it out. She just had it over to the side. She goes, that's the one you're getting. And I went, I love it.
Wait, Daytona, my favorite place. That's perfect.
Oh no, this one my wife got me for my birthday.
That's a great fucking gift.
That's the gangster.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question though that relates to your wife, because obviously you've got all these amazing things going on. Your fucking tour looked crazy. I want to talk about all of it. Okay, but the movie.
Yeah.
You have this movie based on The Machine. Okay.
Yep. Memorial Day weekend.
Memorial Day week. You get to cast the movie.
Yeah.
You get to cast your wife, and you have some elite milk as your wife. So, how did she feel about what you wish she looked like?
Oh no. Oh no, that's not even the good question.
Okay, go.
Oh, I did not get to pick my wife.
Wait, she picked it?
Leanne picked her.
That's the right fucking decision, Bert.
Wow.
Shout out to Stephanie. Leanne loved her. She goes, that's me. And I went, really? She goes, yep. She goes, as a matter of fact, I want to get on the phone with her. What was she eating in that audition? Because those look good. They're called flip sides. She goes, I'm getting flip sides. I like that woman.
Flip sides are the chocolate-covered pretzels?
No. The pretzel on one side, cracker on the other.
Yeah,
my Toll House is pretty fucking awesome.
It's a new hybrid they've come out with recently.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So then...
Bert's on the cutting edge of snacks.
This is the good story. Yeah, fuck this new Rolex. I can tell you the snacks you need. Dude, you tried the buffalo blue cheese combos?
Yes,
They're fucking next level. Popcorn. Rapidex. Have you had Rapidex?
You always tag it with the brand. You got flip sides, Toll House, buffalo blue cheese combos.
Well, you gotta show respect, you know what I mean?
True.
The best part is, I didn't realize I had a kissing scene.
Oh, did you not?
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Man, they just sprung it up on me.
My wife's in Serbia.
Okay.
She comes out for the first week of shooting. And we do the kissing scene, and I find out that night, I go, I'm kissing her tomorrow. And Leanne goes, you didn't know that? I said, well, I didn't read the fucking script. I mean, I read it, but I don't read the action. I don't read the action part. Well, a couple of guys wrote it. I just punched it up. I don't read the action part. I just read the words.
Punch it up in the sex scene?
She goes, yeah, you have a kissing scene. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? She's like, you're going to kiss her. So I went over.
Dude, you're a fucking genius.
And I had not kissed another woman in 20 years.
Yeah. And then you let your wife pick the woman that you got to cheat on her with.
And I'll tell you right now, my wife's got great taste. No, but I had to kiss this woman.
Did you get erect? Did you get a boner?
I wouldn't say I got my. I mean, whatever. You know, a little chubbed out. I'll tell you right now. I can understand.
Did you run that scene a few times before you recorded?
This is how bad of an actor I am. We had to do a pickup for Mark Hamill, where he had to say his lines, and then they're just doing his tight.
Luke Skywalker plays his fucking dad. It's crazy.
Insane.
Yeah.
I'm in a different wardrobe. I'm in a different wardrobe than the scene should take. We're just doing this pickup real quick. And
Jesus
then Mark
Christ,
says
I
his line,
can't
and then we
fucking
kiss.
get out of here.
Off camera, I kissed her. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I went, I was like, well, I'm doing the scene. And they're like, you guys don't need to kiss. No one's filming it.
But you went for it.
I just kissed her. I fucking kissed her on fucking camera. Yes. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I went, is that not what we're supposed to do?
What did you do? Where were your hands when you kissed her?
On her back.
On her back, but did you slide down?
The kiss said I had to knock her off her feet. Oh. And I was like, I've never done that.
But she wasn't ready.
By the way, I kiss with my eyes open, so I'm not a good kisser. But yeah, it was crazy. It was bizarre. And then that night, my wife's like, gets in bed, and she was like, hey, you wanna kiss Old Faithful? I was like, beat it, scissor lips. Fucking kissing her, like licking an envelope.
Yeah, but you kiss with your eyes open, dude.
I'm a bad kisser.
Yeah. Is that why you don't cheat? Because you're just bad at it?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I'm bad at sex. I'm bad at everything.
Me too. That's why I don't cheat.
Horrible. It's the same reason, my wife doesn't sing karaoke. She can't fucking sing. Well, the reason I don't fuck chicks on the road is because I can't fuck.
Dude, same, dog.
I'm glad I can't fuck.
Wait, how do you know you can't fuck?
Because I've done it. I've been there every time.
And you're comparing yourself to professionals?
No, I'm comparing myself to
Does your wife
those
say?
I've gotten from the women I've had sex with.
Okay, let's go into these notes. Okay. This is fun.
All right,
what is the
first
best
time,
note you got?
Yeah. The best note, are you going to put it in?
And you thought it was in?
I'd already had an orgasm.
You were on Find Me?
Underneath, butt cheek in the bed.
Oh.
That's how I lost my virginity. That's how 2 pumps, done. She says, are you going to put it in? My dick's between her butt cheek in the bed. I didn't even need a person there. I could have done it myself. And I was like, fuck, that's the first time I lost my virginity.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
But that could just be a mix-up. That's just one.
Okay,
Yeah, because you didn't really lose your virginity. You misplaced your virginity for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you found it.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the second time you lost your virginity?
Second time was right after it when I went in with a compromised condom.
A compromised
So,
condom?
yeah, well, I blow a load. Condom's done. She says, "Are you gonna put it in?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." And that's when I lost my virginity. When I'm it's like, imagine if I would, let's go for a hike. I go, but first, let's jump in a river and get our socks real wet.
Sorry, Bert, you had a condom on and then came between the bed sheets and a butt cheek.
Yeah.
Filled up the condom.
I thought it was two different situations.
No. It's the same fucking night.
Dude,
all in one night. Dude, that is how I'm introduced to sex in my fucking life. I'm like, fuck this. I didn't fuck again for like a couple years. I was like, I'm not. Because I was like, I gotta fucking figure this shit out.
Yeah, do some reflection.
Yeah, and then the next time I had sex, I was in college. And I jerked off before I had sex, and then I was like, and then I was good, but I've always been fast, like really fast, like.
Oh, so it's not your skill in bed; it's the time.
I come fast.
Yes.
He had a joke about that.
Yeah, I have a bunch. I have so many jokes about it. I have one. Fucking means like a rodeo, 6 seconds of and then I hop off. My buddy comes dressed like a clown to distract her. First time I had sex with Lance, true story. Blew a load really quick, and then I went shh. I think someone's breaking into my house. That's the second time, yeah. I had an orgasm. This one's in Razzle Dazzle right now. I had an orgasm so fast. One time Leanne laughed at me, and said, shit, I don't think you could have gotten AIDS from that. Yes, I'm fucking fast, bro. So, like, I think...
Have you ever satisfied your wife, you think?
Yeah, no. I give her an orgasm, but not with my dick.
From what do you do?
Oral sex.
Oral?
Yeah, I've never...
Are you nice at oral?
Yeah.
You're really good, aren't you?
Yeah. I really am. I gotta be honest with you. If I was gonna cheat on my wife, I'd just give the chick oral.
Which is the worst way to cheat. You don't even come, and you just want to make a girl feel good that wasn't your wife. Dude, what a piece of shit.
He's a people pleaser. He wants her to be happy.
Are, dude.
I remember Nikki Glazer, I think, said something to me one time. I forget, she goes, just so you know, not all chicks like the exact same oral sex. And in my head, I was like, oh, for real?
Yeah.
Because I know, I'm really good at oral sex.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The other day, I gave her an orgasm, and like a gangster, walked out of the room while it was still happening, just like strutted my way out. She's just like, what? And I just got up and walked out. I was like, that's how it's done.
Like a fadeaway 3? Like... Just like Curry. Bro, you just walked away while it was still fucking in the air.
That was a walk-off bummer.
Yeah. It's so weird to hear sex stories about your wife.
It is. It's kind of, well, yeah, I guess I'm.
Because I've met her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My problem is I'm too honest. Like we were talking about comedy earlier off. The way I do comedy is just super vulnerable, super honest, tell you everything, and then hopefully tell some good story. Put storytelling in it.
Yeah.
Your style is very different. I don't think I know much about. You're like Tasha a little bit. Like we were talking about Daniel Tosh. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But Tosh does not want anyone to know anything about him.
Yeah.
And like you're kind of like that, but without the podcast, I know a little bit about you.
Yeah.
But it's still like.
Yeah.
Like your parents can dance.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. I never thought that I was worth talking about until recently.
For real?
Yeah. I thought it was a very arrogant and like narcissistic thing for like comics that like had nothing to go up there and be like, today a weird thing happened to me.
Really?
And I was like, well, who the fuck are you?
Well, I don't have the ability to do what you do, or Burr and Chappelle.
I think you earn talking about your life. So I've loved to see like.
That's a good perspective. I didn't talk about my life for the first 10 years of doing stand-up.
Yeah.
I never really thought about that.
Why would anyone care? You have to talk about the things that they can meet you at, right? And then so my hope would always be like early on, like you would know who I was without knowing things about my life. So you would know the type of guy I am, you would know the type of person I am through my opinions about the world, you know?
Yeah, it's funny. It's really funny because you saying that, there's a joke you had one time that I saw a long time ago that because of that joke, I said, oh, I know a lot about him. I know,
That's the dream to me. Is you know me through the material.
Yeah.
Like you had the joke, you were talking to an Indian guy and you were talking about the arm thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember going, wow, he has diverse friends, I'm assuming. He grew up in New York. He was a smart dude. Like, and I was like, oh, I bet he's had sex with other chicks than white chicks. Like, just based on one joke. Me, I gotta tell you, I've only fucked white chicks.
Well, no, the beauty of it, and I really like it, I think the way that people connect is through story, and I think that, like, you're a perfect example of that. You know, you have these, like, obviously the machine, but there's many other things, and it's like, the story is our earliest version of downloading information, right? So there's something biological that happens. It's almost like music, and I think, like, as I've gotten some more success in my career, I've started to try to make things more personal because I think it like is justified now. You know, like, you know, and so it's like, or at least reflecting on these things that are happening in society that I care about.
Me, I should have just put down a fucking portal.
So I want to bring more of that out, but it was something I think I had to learn.
But I did.
That's really interesting. I one of the guys, like, you get game changers.
But Tasha's king, bro.
Bro, that's my favorite comic. That's
king.
why I asked it, because they're both, all three of us, not trying to brag, Florida guys.
Yeah.
And so I was like trying to see, did you know Tosh from back in the day and like any Tosh stories? Because no one knows anything about him.
Yeah, Tosh and I colluded on a poker game once.
Colluded? What does that mean?
It's when you go in, pretend not to know each other, and you work as a team to win. It's what happened in Rounders.
Yeah, I love that
That's
movie.
Rounders. Yeah, shout out to Brian Koppelman.
Movie changed my life. I walked around with a pack of cards after that, and I would just try to hustle people in poker. In high school, I watched Rounders, and I was
That's
like,
why
this
he has
is
his
the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That and then World Series of Poker blew up?
The most Andrew Schultz thing I've ever fucking heard.
World Series of Poker blows up like a few years after. I think that was part of it.
Yeah.
But imagine Rounders came out during the middle of World Series of Poker crazy time.
The biggest movie ever.
Ever in history.
Ever in history.
I think
Ever
it worked
in
better
history.
though, because it didn't feel like it was cashing in. You
Right.
saw this. You,
that was
you
just
got
great.
into it, and then it was just like a great movie.
I didn't know Koppelman wrote that.
Yeah, we wrote Rounders.
I mean, it's one of my favorite movies. Anyway, go
Great
on.
fucking movie. No, I met Schultz when Georgia was born.
Tosh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Tosh.
Okay, mix up the grades.
When Georgia was born, I was featuring. I was broke. I was featuring for $700. I had to fly myself out, put myself up. And Tosh and I got along really well. And the next day he called, and we got back. He said, "Hey, do you want to go play poker?" And I was, or do you know any poker games? I said, "I do." He said, "Can I go and play?" And I was like, "Yes." So he picked me up. I was so broke. I asked for $100 from Leanne, and she goes, "We don't have it." And I was like, just give me the $100. She goes, "No, we don't have it." And I said, "Well, give me the card. I'm not gonna lose it." She goes, "No, we don't have $100. And Daniel Tosh goes, "I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'll give you $200 to leave." And so he gave me the $100. We went up to this game, and as we walked in, he goes, "Hey, we don't know each other." And I went, "What?" And he goes, "We don't know each other. Don't go in on anything I go in on. I won't go anything on you go in on." And I went, "Okay." So I walked in. Tosh walked in. Someone's like, "Hey, are you guys comedians?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you guys know each other?" And he's like, "I've seen him around, but I don't really know him." And they're like, and then we fucking Tosh.
Did you guys win?
Tosh won the fucking tournament.
Let's fucking go.
Tosh won the fucking
Amazing.
tournament.
How much money did he give you for this? Because you're the broke one.
I got $100. Thank you, the $100.
Hell yeah, dude.
He's a good dude, man. He's a
he
solid
sounds
dude
like
and a
it.
brilliant fucking comic.
Oh, he's
that's
brilliant,
for
man.
The
He's
night I got
genius.
passed in the Comedy Store was the last time I saw him. He came up, and I haven't seen him forever.
Dude, I remember being, Mark and I were just talking about this the other day, but I remember being like a young comic, and like a young comic, you're trying to get by, and you're like, okay, do I have to like win them over? Do I have to like charm them? Do I have to start off with like this big misdirection joke? Like, how do I fucking solve this puzzle that is performing in front of people? And early on in comedy, you're like, okay, I got to get some momentum going, and if they're into me and the momentum's going, the jokes work and everything's good. And I remember watching him in one of his specials. He didn't like some people that were in the crowd.
And he
kicks them out of the crowd, stops the show, starts from zero again. And I thought that I saw the greatest comedian ever. I was like, what?
That is incredible.
Stopped the show. And there were like a few things. I went on this like rabbit hole with Tosh. And it's like, I saw another thing happen. I saw him, he went on a radio. Remember back when we would do radio and like we would do bits?
Yeah.
They like tee you up for a bit. And it was the worst, because like, you don't know, it's like, do I pretend that this isn't a joke and do it, or do I just do it as a joke? This motherfucker did the joke as a joke and murdered for 3 people. It is 3 people.
I saw that clip. I saw that clip. It is the most destructive radio you've ever seen in your fucking life. In your fucking life.
And then you can watch him do the joke on stage, and it's the same cadence,
Identical.
the same
He's so
rhythm.
good. That weekend in Miami, there was a guy up front that was being that was
Guy's ass.
Yeah, I was featuring, and I dealt with it. I kind of fucked around with it, and then tried to deal with it. And as I got off, he goes, "The fuck was that?" I said, "It's a guy up front." And he goes, "That won't be happening for me." And I said, "Really?" And so I go around, and he walks out on stage. He goes, "Show has not started. You need to leave, sir."
Yeah.
He goes, "I will not go on until this guy's kicked out. Kick him out. Kick him out right now. Kick him out. Go. You're garbage. You're fucking garbage. I'll spend the whole time telling you how old your fucking chick looks. You're garbage. Get out." And then he said, I'll never forget it. He goes, no one is laughing. No one's laughing. He's not famous. As he's walking the corner, he goes, "Sir, I hope you get fucking AIDS." And then he turns to the audience and he goes, "But the good AIDS, like Magic Johnson AIDS." And the place erupts. He goes, like opening Starbucks and underprivileged, and starts and murdered from top to bottom. Top to bottom, and
He's a 0 to 100 guy, which is like, and it's something I've always aspired to do. Is like, I don't care how bad or good the last joke is, we got to go down to 0 and then get to the 100 by the end of the joke. And that's when the joke starts. It can be 0. There can be a fire. Someone can have a fist fight. Doesn't matter what is going on, where the set is, and it could hate him. And from the beginning of that joke to the end of the joke, they're at 100.
Yeah. Dude, so if we're breaking it apart, I couldn't do what Tosh or Dane or Nick Swardson did. I didn't have that ability. Or like you or Chappelle, that like, I only could get you to know me. And I saw guys like Freddie Soto. Do you remember Freddie Soto?
Was he?
He's passed. He was a Comedy Store comic. And he had a bit about his dad.
Yeah.
Irregardless. He goes,
"Oh, irregardless.
Oh, Freddie. You can't help me, but I bet if you were jogging beers with your friends." It was so funny that I went, I feel like I know his dad. I feel like I know him. So I would introduce characters in my stand-up, like my buddy Hutch or my buddy Harper, and I'd tell you a little bit about them, like a real story. Like Hutch, one time we were playing Frisbee golf, and my Frisbee got stuck in the tree, and I was throwing a stick at it, and Hutch goes, "Hey man, if I were you, I'd keep your mouth closed." I was like, "Huh?" He's like, when you look up, your mouth automatically opens? And I was like, "Oh, I didn't notice that." He goes, "Yeah, stick could go right down your throat. Happened to me twice." And I was like, "Huh?" So I'd introduce that character, and then I'd use him throughout stories, or I'd call back to him. Harper, good friend of mine, one time misspelled his name.
Yeah.
Happer, 2 P's, no R. Yeah. He goes, "Well, it happens." I go, No, it doesn't. No, it never. No, I've never been in a rush like "Catch you later, perf." Yeah. Those were like my two. I had a story about taking acid and going to Disneyland. Yeah. And so I introduced those 2 characters, and then I could tell you a story. Still, my takes are off. Like when you talk about the financial crisis, I don't really know what's going on.
Neither do I.
Neither do we.
Like all I know
but I have such confidence that people believe I know what the fuck is going on.
Your generation knows. I was just saying this to Tim
I made
Dillon.
up a lie about TikTok that became the news. A complete lie. It was just a hunch. It's the news now.
That's crazy.
Like politicians talking about it. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, your generation knows like Harambe and like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein and like
Giselle. Harambe's such a funny example.
What does Harambe have to do with Epstein?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know any of them.
I guess the kid died.
I don't know any of them.
It's just the news that has nothing to do with Bert, and he's like, I think it's a generational thing.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think not thinking about me is a generational thing. These millennials.
Has anyone ever been like, "Hey, you want to see my
Pearl
pictures?"
Harbor could happen, and Bert would be like, "We were going to Hawaii that week, weren't we?"
That's so funny you say that. When you say Pearl Harbor, I immediately think of telling you a story about my experience in going to Pearl Harbor. That's how my brain works. Like I immediately go, I went there with Russell Peters one time.
Yeah.
There's
a Japanese guy talking about how his dad just fucking ran into an aircraft carrier in a plane, and you're like, yeah, but me and Russell went to Pearl Harbor once, and let me tell you,
we had a riot.
Your dad hit it.
I don't like when people go, "Hey, you want to take a look at my vacation pictures?" And you're like, "Am I in any of them?" And they're like, "No." And I go, "I don't fucking see about your vacation."
Okay, so So we're talking about this. This is what I think is like beautiful about comedy, and it actually extends to just art in general. It's like we all have an idea of what we think like the best version of something is, and the more pinpoint your idea is, if it becomes popular, you're a genius, okay?
Yeah.
So I want to use an example. Okay, so we have a friend of ours, right? He's a brilliant designer. His name is Calm, right? Kid Super is the company that he has. Brilliant guy. And his shit is so weird and ridiculous but all of a sudden he was like the head male designer for Louis Vuitton, and he's just, but it's so weird and out there.
Yeah.
But he has to have unbelievable conviction to go, this is good, it should be on a shirt, it should be on sweatpants.
Yes.
And then when it becomes popular, he's a genius for believing so much in this thing that is so different than everything else, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like almost in comedy, you have to have unbelievable conviction for the type of comedy you love, right? So I loved, like in my mind, I was always like coming up, I'm like, okay, what I think the best comedy is taking something that is incredibly difficult to argue and making the argument for it. I don't know why I thought that, but I was drawn to these guys like Rock, and then I saw Patrice, and I was like, Patrice is doing this at the highest level. Nothing has been done like this, and it was this like great moment where I had this like kind of comedic North Star.
Okay.
You know?
I would argue the best part of Patrice were his stories about him.
Well, so here's the thing. Story should be in everything. Everything, whether it's about you, whether it's about, like, with Dave Chappelle, he's like this magnificent storyteller as well.
Man.
Whether the story happened or not, he tells it within story for a reason, right? It's like, just telling the joke, that's like on horseback.
Boys.
The story, you're on a fucking rocket ship.
I would say that story is sometimes the peanut butter, the joke is the pill inside it.
100%.
Yeah.
So what I think is interesting is like you have this idea of what you think the best comedy is, and you should feel that way about story. I think people in general should feel that way about story. It's the most powerful. But like, so you go, I'm gonna do this type of comedy to the best of my ability. And I think what often happens in this business is like, since we're so swayed by like the validation of the audience, you see somebody doing something different, and a lot of people just go, well, maybe I should kind of do that. Maybe you're not the best at that. So what I think is really cool, what you've done is, if you've gone, I like telling stories. When I'm around my friends, I tell stories. When I'm on podcasts, I tell stories. I'm really good at telling stories. And I can kind of build these stories up with these like interesting characters, and I can build this life. And then at no point have you been like, oh, I guess I need to be Daniel Tosh, or I need to be this guy because these things are popular. It's rare as a comedian, because usually we gravitate towards the things that are just like,
Yeah, I couldn't.
At what point did you stop paying attention to me when I was talking just right there?
At the very beginning, I'm being dead serious. At the very beginning, when you started saying it, I go, I'm not listening. I remember I actually said, I'm not listening, and I hope you use this as an example about me,
Yeah, you
so I
tuned
can
back
understand
in,
what
right?
the fuck he's talking
Did I
about.
bring him back in?
Yeah, he tuned back in when he said what's great about him.
Yeah. I was like, yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
No, Patrice. I would argue Patrice is.
He suddenly had the peanut butter in the pill when you brought him up. Then he was like, I got the example.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a break for a second because, listen, your essentials aren't fitting like they're essential. There's a reality right now that a lot of dudes will treat an undershirt like it's nothing, and you know what? It looks like nothing when you do that. You got to have those male essentials. Be gorgeous, be beautiful, because it's gonna fit everything just perfectly if you do. And you know what? True Classics has got your back, okay? See, True Classics team designed t-shirts to make the fellas of all sizes out there feel confident in their clothing. They give you the wide shoulder and the tapered bottom look that we're all looking for. And the quality of the t-shirts is elite. I'm telling you, it's hard to find, especially for dudes, it's hard to find clothing that fits us, okay? And when we do, we lock on and that's the only thing we buy. I mean, I remember that even as like a kid. I remember I found my size in like a type of Levi's and I was like, that's the only thing I'm gonna wear. True Classics has got it for you. No matter how you are shaped, they have something for you, okay? They really also just released new button downs, so they really changing the game. They got the chinos that are perfect for a nice night out, and you can never go wrong with their classic comfort collection of briefs, hoodies, and much more. And listen, big fellas out there, okay? They have long options and up to XXL. So, this is the thing that can happen right now. You can get 25% off at trueclassic.com with the code FLAGRANT. That's 25% off with the code FLAGRANT, plus free shipping included on purchases over $100. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break for a second because listen, you know I love Geology for their skincare routine, okay? They've simplified everything. Not 50 different bottles. You don't know what this foaming lotion or lather, all this other nonsense. No, guys, we like shit simple, okay? We're not about to take up all the counter space in the bathroom like our wives and girlfriends do. Simplify. They did it. They mastered it, okay? Now what are they gonna master? Oh, they're coming after the hair care routines as well, okay? They created a quiz that asks you a handful of questions, and just like that, you have your very own personalized hair care routine. The beauty of Geology is they have your very own personalized skincare routine. Now they're applying it to the hair. Different hair needs different shit, and they got your back. Okay, most people are out here washing their hair every single day. Geology actually tells you you don't have to do that. They say that shampoos often strip your hair of the oils it needs. This is a company telling you to use their stuff less. That's how you know you can trust them. They're literally telling you to use less of the product. They make money when you go through the product. This is trust. For a limited time, they're hooking you up with an absolutely insane offer. Right now, if you use the code FLAGRANT, they will give you 70% off your first purchase of a personalized hair care routine or their award-winning skin care trial set. On top of that, they're giving you an additional bonus offer on their brand new body care line of super clean body wash and deodorant. They're going to take care of all your bathroom needs. So head over to geology.com. That is geologie.com. Take the hair care quiz, use the code FLAGRANT, and start living that good hair life. Now let's get back to the show.
Patrice told a story one time, I don't know if you've ever heard it, about the cool guy in his neighborhood, Tony. Did you ever hear it?
Tony.
So it's beautiful because you know Patrice. And if you knew Patrice, you knew the vulnerability in Patrice. Patrice was raised by a single mother. I don't know how much, I don't want to get into details about Patrice's.
He talks about the single mother thing in Mr. P.
Does he talk about his father?
I don't believe so.
I won't tell Patrice's stories. But what I'll tell you is Patrice didn't have a father figure to teach him how to be a man and be cool. He had this guy in this neighborhood called Tony.
Yeah.
And Tony was slick. He'd go up behind, I'm telling it as if I'm Patrice.
Yeah.
Tony would go up behind a girl and tap him on the back of the neck and go, "Damn, you look good." Girl go, "Oh, Tony." So Patrice is like, "Yeah, I gotta smack a bitch, all right." So he goes, "I'm a little bit bigger than Tony. I just come up behind a bitch and just, pow! Oh! And he had told these stories of Tony would grab girls and put them in front of the fire hydrant, and he's like, "All right." So he puts a girl in a half Nelson and holds her in the water. But those stories Patrice told, just me, I guess, or for me, I was crying laughing. Now, I love everything he did, but I loved to know about his life.
Yeah.
I loved it. And so, I don't know, that's what I always dug, hearing the stories, like Geraldo.
Yeah.
Geraldo
But Geraldo was also like a joke guy. Like he could rifle off.
Geraldo arguably is one of the best joke writers ever. What I loved about Greg was when he would tell me stories about his partying.
Yeah.
And I go, "Do you talk about that on stage?" He's like, You know, when I started doing Rogan, because I was really trying to be like, you know what cops hate? When you touch their faces. And then I wasn't great at it, and I wasn't standing out. And when I started doing Rogan, I told the machine story. And then I came back one time, this is when he was doing it in the Ice House, and I said something, I wish I could remember what it was, but I said something, and Rogan goes, "Oh, hold on, we're getting another amazing Bert Kreischer story." And I went, "Oh." I was like, "Oh shit." And you know, he's the one that got me to start telling the machine on stage. I was not telling it on stage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I told it on thing, and he goes, "You tell it on stage?" I said, "No, that's not like it's the way Geraldo said, that's not a stage story." And he goes, "No, fuck that." And he goes, "From this point on, he is only to be referred to as the machine, and you are to chant that name out until he tells that story." That next weekend, I was in Columbus, Ohio, and the whole place was chanting, "The machine." I go, "Guys, I'm not gonna tell it." And a guy in the front row goes, "Hey man, we know it's not gonna be good, but you have to tell it. Rogan said you have to tell it, and you have to tell it to make it good. And we'll fake laugh, right guys?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll fake laugh, Bert."
Son, that's beautiful. That makes me want to fucking cry.
So
what an audience member.
I told the machine story for a solid year with it bombing. I mean, bombing.
Oh, really?
Bombing. I mean, it's a fucking 15-minute story. And
That's a long bomb, bro.
You have no idea.
Quarter of your set?
Dude, it's
You've only had to write 30 minutes for the last 10 years.
Dude, I would bomb with this fucking story, and then one night I figured out the end of the story. And that's the most important thing in storytelling, is if you have an end, then you know you can get the fuck out. Right? And so I figured out the end of the machine story. And from that, and then it got good, and then it got really good, and then obviously it went viral. But that changed the direction of everything I started doing, because I never thought I'd be talking about fucking kids. You don't understand?
Wait
that was
second.
like the
Hey, yo.
the
Yeah,
dumbest.
say that differently.
Say that. Run that sentence back.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
just
I never
don't
thought
use
I'd
the
be
same
talking
cuss
about
word.
fucking kid. Oh wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't need a documentary made about you, buddy.
I never thought I'd be talking about fucking dogs. No.
Wait a second. Whoa.
I never thought I'd be talking about my kids ever. I never thought that. I did not like that kind of comedy, and I did not like when comics did it. It depressed me.
Yeah.
But then I just started. Everything started becoming stories.
Why did it depress you?
I don't know. I wanted to be cool and young and famous.
Yeah.
I wanted
felt
to
like
be
that was an older
Game
thing.
Cook. I wanted to be like that. That was our. He was like.
You were
the coolest.
gravitating to what was working instead of doing what you do best.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I think that's the cool thing about podcasts is like it gets you more comfortable telling these stories. It definitely made me more comfortable sharing my life. I always shared my life with people, but it's great to do it in a place where like you're like, okay, I can work through these things and find the funny in these things, find the vulnerability in it.
Oh, that's interesting. You were always comfortable sharing because my parents always told me. This is why I didn't tell stories for the longest. Still not that comfortable. They told me, nobody needs to know what's going on in our lives. Nobody needs to know.
That's like an old
That's
saying.
for us. Whatever we're going through is for us. That's not for them.
Really?
My mom was like, people could use it against you, which is kind of crazy thinking. But I was just like, all right. So I didn't tell anybody anything.
There's like an old saying, like when a writer's born, the family dies. You ever heard that?
Oh, because you got to kill the family?
Basically.
And I think about that.
Thing,
Like, shit I'll allude to on this podcast. Like, I want to bring it on stage, but if I do, my family's getting phone calls.
Bro, it's so funny. Mark and I literally talking about this yesterday, but like growing up, my folks had, my folks. My folks had no, like during my wife's vows, my dad, he's no short-term memory anymore. During my wife's vows to me, he interrupts her and goes, "Someone's getting lucky tonight." like my wife is mid-tears with her vow, and he just interrupts for a fuck joke in front of her and my family and all of our friends. So it's just like no filter. My dad would joke around about like my mom and him not having enough sex or having sex. Like I've never had any filter, been able to tell them absolutely everything in my life. So I don't know how to do small talk. And when people do small talk, I get like uncomfortable. Really? To the point where like I just have to say something salacious so we can stop this fucking charade.
Yeah.
And then Mark, you were telling me that it was the opposite in your family.
Yeah.
That what was the purpose? It was like
everything's nuanced, everything's like tongue-in-cheek, very Catholic upbringing. Everything that everyone said was always like couched in something else, but it was all indirect. So there was nothing head on. So then when people are super head on, I'm like, jeez, this guy's crazy.
Oh, we're head on with each other, but nobody needs to know that part.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's really interesting. So I guess you could say like it informs your comedy.
Yeah. Oh, we were very open. We were like, I know how to. It's interesting when you talk about like, I'm not good in like, I know how to make an entrance.
Yeah, we know.
I can make an entrance.
Yeah.
All the other shit I'm not good at.
You're like Australians.
Yeah.
Like Australians are fun for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then after that, you're like, I get why the English left them, bro. What the fuck?
My wife says I cast a large wake. Like I can get people to dislike me so easily. There's like a certain type of person that I drive up the fucking
like
wall.
who?
Anyone who also wants the attention. They fucking hate me. They hate me because I don't leave a lot of room. I'm a bull in the china shop. I'm a lot. It's like people. I remember a professional athlete. I won't say his name. He's a cool dude. But I remember him saying he spent some time with me, and he met Tom, and he goes, "How can you be friends with Bert?" It hurt my feelings. I've patched it up with this guy since, and Tom's like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "How can you be around that for that long?" And Tom goes, "I don't need to be him." And Tom is like the most confident in who he is guy in the world.
It's unbelievable.
He's
fascinating
a gangster.
Dude, as a comic, especially because you'd think that he would need all that energy, but it's so clear that he finds you fucking hysterical and absurd.
Yeah.
Like it's really funny to like watch him look at you and be like, "Wow, he isn't noticing this."
Yeah.
That fucking Kool-Aid thing that happened when you were drinking 64 ounces of Kool-Aid a day.
I never thought that was odd. I never thought that was odd. I mean,
But after seeing Tom with his mom, it makes sense.
Yes.
I think he's been around these like really big characters his whole life.
Dad too.
Okay, so like that to me goes, okay, Bert is an extension of these big characters.
Yes.
And he knows how to be funny around them.
Yeah.
So it kind of fits perfectly.
My dad's like Tom. My dad doesn't need to be center of attention, doesn't need anyone, but me and my dad laugh like me and Tom. Like me and my dad, there's a clip that went out of me trying to put a pizza in an oven.
Mm-hmm. I saw that clip. Very funny.
And everyone's like, I always thought Bert's laugh was fake. Yeah. And then they're like, oh, it's his dad and him have an identical laugh. We start laughing, and then we say the word that made us laugh in the first place over and over and over again. So like Tom, one time Tom said we should go to Jennifer Aniston's house, and he was like, should we bring our wives? And I go, should we bring our wives? He goes, no. I go, can she bring a dude? And he goes, yeah, for safety. And then he said, well, maybe that's not the message we want to be putting out. And I started laughing, and I kept going, for safety, because I can visualize him saying it, and to repeat it. My dad, when I went to put the pizza in the oven, I couldn't get it off the thing, so I pulled it back out. My dad goes, it's not done yet. Like, he thought that I thought it was done. And I just kept going, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Yeah, man, I just love, I don't know how any of that informs my comedy, but I just love to fucking laugh.
Do you love Tom?
Yeah. So much so that I'd let him fuck me over.
Ooh, this is interesting. So that's how you define your love. So...
Yeah, that's interesting,
Yeah. So you would let him fuck you over once, and you're like, you have so much goodwill built up. He has so much goodwill built up with you that you could look past it.
So I'll tell you a true story. I don't know if Tom knows this. So I signed, now everyone's signing touring deals, but I was the first person to sign a touring deal.
Yeah.
Like 6 years
Let
ago.
him know.
4 years ago. It was considered foolish at that time. Like no one did it.
Yeah.
And I signed it. And I for an exact number. And I told Tom about it. And then and I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. But I told Tom, he's my best friend. I wanted to talk it through with him. And then all of a sudden it got out that this deal was. And so my team said, Tom told people. And I said, no, he didn't. And they said, he clearly did. And I said, he didn't. And it was a moment where I had to truly trust in my friendship. And then Leanne goes, what if he did? I go, honey, if he did, I don't care, I still love him. I go, I am forcing myself to believe the best in my friend, even though evidence is showing me otherwise. I believe him because I love him, and I know he wouldn't do it. And he didn't do it. Turns out he didn't.
Who did it?
Him. His fucking... everyone leaked it. They all wanted to brag that they were doing this thing, and then they wanted to blame someone.
Yeah.
And now everyone's signing fucking touring deals, and you're like, so.
The music industry is slowly infiltrating comedy.
Dude, this game's changed.
Yeah.
It's unrecognizable. I mean, we're sitting back there talking about lighting packages for arenas.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is. Yeah. I walk in here and I look at this and I go. I said it when I walked in. I said this.
Yeah.
Is what every comic will have one day. One day.
Yeah.
Everyone will have this, and this will be your business. Probably won't have a manager the way we know them as managers today.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll hire someone like a producer as a consultant.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have a consultant of like, say fucking Mary Parent leaves Legendary, and you pay her a fucking $1 million a year as a consultant to look at your career and advise you on what projects to do.
Yeah.
You'll have a touring agent. You'll never lose agents, but I guarantee you agents gonna. I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Agents are gonna team up and they're gonna own their talent, and they won't let their talent work with other people.
I think
that's already happening.
I think management companies changed drastically.
I think they're gone.
I think they're gone. And I think it's because management companies were built around profiting or monetizing their talent through TV and film, and now that comics don't really have to do it. Like, you did a movie, but you didn't have to. You probably lost money going to do a movie. I lost a great deal of money. Because you could have been touring and making crazy money. So
I make more money in one night than I made doing that movie in 3 months.
Right? So this is like a cool legacy thing to do. Yeah. It's like a fun project, and we should do
I made a movie because I live in Hollywood, and if I didn't make a movie, I'd be like, why didn't I make a movie?
I remember you telling me when I did Birdcast, you wanted to make a movie, and you're making a movie just because you always set out to do it.
And it's great. It's great to do. I guess what I'm trying to say is the fact that we can make more money doing the thing that we love, and their whole business apparatus is built around turning us into actors, right? Mm-hmm. They're not running the tours. The tours are run by Live Nation, or they're run by Outback, or they're run by the agencies. So the management really doesn't play that much of a part in it. I think the new model will be something kind of like what we're doing is like where my boy Dove is singularly focused on building this and all of us and everything that's going, instead of 50 other clients that they're like, every once in a while you get a call and they're like, you should post some stand-up on Instagram. Can I have 10% of that?
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what I
idea.
think the internet has done, and I may have said this on this pod, but I think it just eliminated middlemen in every industry. Like before, when you wanted to book a flight, you called a travel agent.
Yeah.
And I got a travel agent I love, but that's because I book a lot of flights. For the most part, kayak.com.
Yeah.
And managers were kind of just middlemen. Hey, there's a barrier to getting you famous. I'm going to connect you with those guys.
I actually wonder if comics stopped doing podcasts.
Ooh, I like this.
I think comics. I don't think a lot of comics.
I love an idea that doesn't make sense to me immediately. Because I want to hear it.
Because I don't think a lot of comics want to do podcasts. I just think that they see what's successful and they're just replicating that thing so that they could have success. And I don't think it's comics. I think it's musicians. I think it's everybody. It
Humans,
right? It's human beings, right? So I think once they see that people are having success by posting stand-up clips, they'll go, oh, I could just post stand-up clips. I don't have to do that other thing where like I talk to my friend, like, because here's the reality, like, there's nobody that's successful at podcasting that doesn't enjoy the people they're talking to.
Yeah.
You gotta like it. Like, you gotta have an actual friend. Like, those things where they like connect a few people that don't really know each other and they try to make it a pod, even if they're famous.
Yeah.
That shit flames out so fast. Because you find out, you're like, oh, there's no real chemistry here. They don't have any history. You can't
It
really
only works when you're
balls.
excited to see the people you're working with.
That's it.
Tom and I were in Vegas yesterday at the MGM, and I hadn't seen him in a while.
And you can't wait to talk about shit.
He goes, meet me at the Rolex store.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's what I love about this guy. And then we went in, and he's dressed nice, and he smells good, and I'm fucking still sweating. And and then we went, and we fucking went to the MGM, we partied. Yeah. We hung out for like maybe 3 hours, and then I fucking left, and I was like, God. And then he's coming out to LA. You're right. Here's the deal. I'd argue the other way. A little bit.
Yep.
I think posting stand-up clips is going to go away first.
Posting stand-up clips, and I'm the one saying this.
Yeah.
It might be the end of stand-up. Listen.
Thank you.
And I'm not against people doing it, but what I will.
There's so much that we can unpack here.
Bro. It might be, and I'm not against doing it. Like, listen, I'm the biggest proponent. I tell every one of my friends, like, listen, build your career, get some stand-up out there. But I think people think that you just throw anything up and then you become successful, right? And it's like the bar's gotten low. It's gotten real low. And I think that the very important thing to remember when you're posting something is you're giving an example of what your shows are like. And you're hoping that somebody sees it and then they come out to your show. When they see the machine story, they go, I would like to experience that.
Yeah.
That's really fun, right? When they see you post a great story, a great bit, a great piece of crowd work, great being the most important word, they go, I would like to be there. If you post garbage, you're giving them the reason not to come to the show.
Yeah.
There's people 2 years in posting clips, and I'm like, yo, God bless the ambition, but come on.
And there's some people that are fucking killing it. Don't get me wrong. This is the sad thing about it, is that like there's like some like people who are doing an amazing job and they're fucking selling out theaters. And like, if you look at all the comics right now that are doing well, I'm talking about the next generation of comics, they're all comics from YouTube specials and posting clips online.
Yes.
So it's the top of the top, but it's also the bottom of the bottom.
Where can I
Well,
take
I've been in my bunk scrolling through stand-up clips.
Yeah.
Going like, I'm not funnier than these people. Like there's some great comics out there, but then I've been in my bunk going, what the fuck is this person doing? Now I say I benefit from the fact that I don't post stand-up clips.
So they have to see you.
So then when you see Razzle Dazzle, people are like, I mean, I'm being serious, the feedback's been very positive. And part of me goes, yes, it is good. The other part of me goes, yeah, but you don't ever see me do that. Like when you go on my social media, you never get to see me do stand-up. You can only see me live or on Netflix. So when you do see it, you go, wow. Yeah. Oh wow, I forgot he does stand-up almost. I thought he was just a guy who promoted fucking shows.
You're at a different level though. where you already have fans, there was already curiosity about you, and you've already built a thing where people are like, I want to know what's going on with that thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where somebody that has to come up has to find their machine, or has to find their specialists, have to find the. So you do have to do it at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, posted the machine. I posted from that special on Showtime. I posted the machine.
Yeah, you made it off a clip.
Yeah, I made it off a clip. Yeah.
I don't know anyone who's made it not off a clip in like the last 5 years.
Well, okay? So here's my
maybe
theory.
Nate Bargatze.
No, clips during pandemic.
Oh, that's right. He was killing with the dude. Sebastian blows
Clips.
the fuck up with the clip.
Clips,
It's like so. There's only one way now to like make it in the level that we
you need
want.
a body of work behind you.
Exactly.
So you need one thing. You need one explosion to get people to Google you, and then you need
see
a
the
body,
rest
body
of
of
it.
work.
That's great. Yeah.
So like for Rogan, I would argue Rogan was the Mencia shit, and then all of a sudden everyone was like, oh fuck, he's a comic. Everyone thought he was the Fear Factor guy. Bill Burr is the Philly rant.
Yeah.
So Jim Jeffries getting punched in the head.
I was telling Chrissy D about this. Shout out to Chrissy D. Also, Chrissy D got a new show on Vice. Make sure you guys go check out Chrissy D's new show on Vice. But
and he lost his glasses.
And we gotta find him his glasses. Like, there's no way you could ever buy those specific types of glasses. They've only made one pair of those glasses. But he had this 9/11 story that he did at the Cellar.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing it and going, "Yup, he got one." And it's like it is the fucking portal. It is the vacuum, the well, and everybody who watches it gets dropped in there and gets thrown all this other stuff that Chrissy has. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And they get to see
I'd
it.
even argue, don't walk away from the thing that got you famous. Like lean into it. Because I've had people.
Would you?
I've had people go.
Hey, would you, Bert, lean into the thing?
No, people tell me all the time not to tell the machine story.
No, go with it.
Dude, I've had the biggest comics in this business
I love
tell
the
me you need
mic
to retire
thing,
that
but
story.
if I don't talk for a while,
and I go,
fucking
you
background
don't go to my
audio
shows.
gets-
I had Ari
hate
Shaffir one
that
time told me, you have to stop telling that, right? Yeah, a real comic wouldn't tell it.
Yeah.
And I went, okay. So we were doing a storytelling show up in Calgary, and he brings me up. I tell him to do the thing, and they're yelling at the machine. I go, no. Ari said I need to retire it. Ari went on stage after, and he could not get a word out. They would not let him speak. Mushy, he goes, no. He goes, fuck it.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I'm wrong. Come and tell it.
Yeah,
But yeah, like I've had comics tell me, please stop telling that story. I've had man.
They just don't get it. They just don't get it. They never had that experience with it.
I would argue if people don't.
That's frustrating though. Like people, because it's like they're judging your stand-up, and it's like they're acting like you don't write enough. It's like, motherfucker, come to the show and then tell me
How do you
I don't
just
write
like?
Can you tell me what you were telling me yesterday? Can you tell me what you were telling me yesterday when we were just talking about shit that frustrates you? Can you tell the thing? He said the funniest fucking thing because I was just like, we're just talking about shit that kind of let's not write jokes. Let's just be frustrated.
Yeah.
And like just vent on that, right? Because I think that's where the shit comes from. And Mark has been only with his wife, right? That's the only girl he's been with, right? And like sometimes people judge him.
Yeah.
He said this fucking. I want you to say it.
Wait, what's more specifically about getting married young?
No. He goes. Everybody makes this big deal about like all the women I haven't had sex with.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He goes, but they never talk about all the dicks that haven't been in my wife. And it was like,
true.
It was like anger. It was like visceral anger coming out.
Haven't been in my wife.
Yeah. He's just like, think about the dicks that have been in your wives.
Yeah.
Like, and it was just this beautifully like angry but like logical feeling.
Yeah. Dude, that would fuck me up in relationships.
Yes!
I would break up with chicks based on people they fucked because I go, how could you fuck him? If you fucked him, then you think I'm like that?
Yeah.
I'm better than that.
It's a reflection on you, ultimately.
Dude, and if a chick's had anal sex, fuck you. Now I gotta fuck you in the ass, and I don't even want to, but you take it in the ass. Fuck, dude. I'm amen, man.
But it was one of those beautiful things where it's just like this like visceral feeling that you have, and it kind of like poured out of him.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's great.
We gotta go for that one, man.
I said to Joe the other day. I don't know why I said this. I said, did you and your wife talk about how many people you had sex with before you had sex the first time? And he goes, no. He goes, and Joe's one of those people, of course, that he goes, I don't deal in the past. I move from this part forward. Yeah. And I was like, I did ask my wife how many people she slept with.
God.
And
don't do that.
I was back. That was back. Dude, I was so concerned with
How
AIDS.
many?
Not many.
Can you tell him?
Similar number?
Very similar number.
What's the cheek clap count?
What's that?
What's the cheek?
Well, how many individual claps?
Count?
Yeah, how many?
It's like a Harambe thing. It's like
Oh yeah. That shit's fire.
You got it. You're doing it, Bert.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
You're doing it.
Let's get lit. Let's
Get the young audience out to the shows.
Epstein did it.
Yes. I don't know if that really makes
Hillary
sense.
Clinton was on the plane.
Yes.
Chelsea Handler went to those parties.
Yes, Bert. You're nailing it.
When Chelsea had to defend that she didn't fucking know what she said. I don't remember.
They were at her wedding. There's Epstein and fucking Maxwell at the wedding.
Oh, no, my wife's number is 2 more than me.
8.
Yeah.
You know his number?
Yeah.
We do our research. It's not a fucking hard one to remember.
Yeah, single digit.
Single digit? You know?
Yeah. Did you count the one where you came on her thigh? Because I guess that would make it 5.
I don't count. I have a weird count. Like, I don't count blowjobs. I don't count fooling around.
For yourself or for her?
For me. It had to be penetrative. I'm fucking you.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of chicks where you fucked around, like in high school. You
But
know?
how many girls did you actually successfully fuck? That's a lot of them probably fucked the cheeks.
6.
Yeah.
Tanya, can I get a LaCroix? When you gonna take another little beer?
Yeah, I'll take another beer, please.
And another beer. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break for a second because you know it's hard dick season. Matter of fact, every season is hard dick season, and Blue Chew is providing it. Okay? Blue Chew got your back. Same active ingredients as inside Viagra or Cialis, but this is the one that's gonna make sure that that girl you sleep with for the first time isn't let down. Okay? Matter of fact, you probably busted a nut real quick. You're embarrassed. You need to re-up and get back in the game. What? Oh, wow. Blue Chew got your back. To the bathroom. Gobble, gobble. Few minutes later, bang! Game time. Signed, sealed, delivered. Completely forgot about you busting all fast. Blue Chew has got your back. And you can get it for free. First month for free. All you gotta do is pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Make sure you use the promo code Flagrant. That's the best deal in the business. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we take a break for a second. You're gonna need a tuxedo in your life. Okay? You're gonna need a tuxedo in your life. More than once. Maybe some of you guys are at the age where you're starting to get married. Your friends are gonna say, listen, there's a dress code at the wedding. You know, you saw my wedding, there's a dress code. Okay? Akash's wedding, there's a dress code. If you need a tux, the Black Tux has got your back. Let me explain what the Black Tux can do, okay? Not only are they gonna let you rent a tux, if you tried it on and it doesn't fit, and you do it within the time window, they can send you another size where it actually fits you before you go to this wedding, this event. It could be your wedding, okay? And if you love the tux, or you love another one, you could buy it from them as well. What a company. What a company. If it's a one-off situation from you, Black Tux done, rent it, you go to the wedding.
Miles used it for Mark's wedding.
Miles used it for Mark's wedding, right there. The point being,
Mark's wedding,
if it's
man.
one-off, you could do it. If you love your one-off, why don't you just buy it from them as well? One-stop shop. And I know there's probably people listening,
I think his dad ran sex stores.
Right.
And says, oh, what the fuck?
Listen, you got a great friend in Tom Segura. I just want to let you know. You have a great friend.
Hey, let's switch seats, Gunther. Get in here. Get in here. Scoot over. Slide over.
In Tom
Slide
Segura,
over.
who loves you so much and is willing to...
Jesus Christ, man.
This guy. I've never seen Bert look this uncomfortable. When I called up Tom, I said, Tom, what would be something fun we could do with Bert? He goes, oh, he hates balloons and he hates clouds.
You can't smell that. You can't smell that.
Smell what?
The balloons. You can't smell that.
What?
You can't smell that? I'm being that serious.
What?
Smell a balloon.
They're gonna start popping, dude.
Damn, that would be good for my
They're gonna start popping.
partner here.
I'm gonna have to leave. I'm being that serious. I'm gonna have to leave.
Hey, don't stand at that door. Stand at that door.
Okay.
They're gonna start popping.
Listen, well, can we leave one balloon?
Give me the beer. Give me the beer. Give me the beer. No.
Okay.
You gotta drink more beer.
Let's chug.
Yeah, we gotta
Get him another. Chug this, get him another.
They're really gonna pop. No, they really are because they're really lights. They're like,
No, those aren't even hot lights.
yeah.
What's gonna happen if they pop, dude?
I'm
It's
gonna
just gonna make a noise.
Oh, dude, what is that? That little screech. Okay, it smells so much better.
I mean, serious, you didn't smell that?
What did it
Nobody
smell like?
smells anything.
What did it smell like?
Are you being serious right now?
Yes, I'm being
I'm like
serious.
shaking.
Why are you
I'm like
crying?
fucking shaking.
You have tears in your eyes.
Here you go, man.
Oh, let's just drink, bro.
You can have this one too if you need.
This will calm your nerves.
Here, I'll drink with you. I'll take yours, Akash. Here, cheers. The clown has been removed from the room.
Ooh.
Let's have a cheers.
Fucking real.
Okay. Hold on, Bert. You know what's funny is the last time you were here, we gave you like pro-Russia memorabilia and shit.
I would suck Putin's cock right now. To fucking never have that happen again. Ooh, I'm shaking. I'm like shaking.
Hold your head up. Hold your head
I'm not fucking. I know about waiting. I know they're in here. Like I know that it can happen again.
That was Dove.
Okay. I don't give a fuck who it was. I don't know how.
So you have a fear of clowns?
Of clowns and balloons.
Hey, why balloons?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is it because the condom broke that one time?
I don't know.
Ooh.
No, it's way before that. I was a kid.
What happened?
I don't know.
Did you watch
I don't
it?
know. Nope. Oh no, I've never watched that fucking movie. I would never watch that fucking movie. Hey, just do me a favor. For real, promise me he's not coming back.
He's not coming back.
He won't come
I
back.
cannot
I swear
relax.
to God,
I
he's not
can't
coming
relax.
back in.
He's not
I swear to
coming
God, he's
back.
not coming back
Fucking
in.
sweating.
And why don't you like clowns?
Yeah, can you
Can't trust him.
Yeah.
You can't trust him.
Did you know about this?
I tried to stop it. All I could.
Thank you. You're such a fucking. So for my birthday, for my mom.
We have to give, first of all, Tom needs credit for this. I don't want to act like we did it alone. Tom deserves credit for this.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, but
remember when I said I'd let him fuck me over?
Yeah.
Well,
you were right.
We waited for you to say that on camera.
You're lucky I love you more than you love me, Tom.
Now, we do have one more thing that we have to tell you. It's just one more thing. What you've been drinking is a lie.
Is it not? I'm just fucking non-alcoholic beer.
Well, yeah, but damn, I thought we could trick you into thinking it got spiked. But yeah, we spiked it with non-alcohol.
We unspiked.
We unspiked it.
So I've just been gaining calories?
Oh, wait, now you care about calories, Bert?
Jesus fuck. So I've just been sipping on
bread.
Fucking Jesus.
Buddy, you think I started drinking for you?
I was wondering.
That's getting crazy.
Don't you not get into like your heaven if you drink? Your family shuns you and they put a tire around your neck and light you on fire or something. I don't know how this religion works. I am, and that's why he brought in a real fucking drink. Oh, you motherfuckers. I'm sitting here just gaining calories going, why isn't it, how bad is my drinking that I can't
Tom,
feel
stop,
it?
I mean, stop acting like you're health conscious, Bert.
No, he wants to get drunk.
I'm fucking healthy as shit right now. I'm on steroids.
Are you on the...
Fucking juice. Feel my arm.
Which juice?
Fucking
We're trying to get on juice on the pod too.
Yeah?
Akash getting on peptides.
Is it orange juice?
Yeah, I'm on tea.
I'm waiting on my shipment.
Wait, are you on testosterone?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Really?
How you feel?
Fucking amazing.
Does it allow you to smell things that don't exist?
No. But hang on. You did not smell. I smelled it the second she walked in the room. I smelled them.
Well, you
didn't
also
smell
saw
it?
them.
No, I know, but the smell is what bothers me. The smell, the touching, and their unpredictability. They're never. As soon as you do that, as soon as you inflate that thing, then all of a sudden it has the possibility to explode like a drunk alcoholic father. Like a fucking just like
Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there.
For my 49th birthday, Rosebud Baker was on tour with us, and she thought it would be a good idea. These idiots thought it would be a good idea to fill my bunk with balloons to surprise me.
She didn't know you were afraid of
She didn't know I was afraid of them. And the fucking, I came in and I fucking melted down. And this is my tour bus, and it was my bunk. It was my bunk. Dude, I've had this happen so many times. On my 40th birthday, I was in Australia, and the Board of Tourism wanted to surprise me, so they put, they filled my entire room with balloons. My entire fucking room. And so I was like, I had nowhere to put them because it's in a hotel room. So and now I come home drunk and I'm in my room's full of balloons and I'm fucking melting down. And I call my wife and I go, I need to I was like, I don't know what to do. And she goes, just have another drink and pass out. You'll be fine. Just they'll put them on the roof. They'll be fine in your bedroom. I couldn't get it. So and in the middle of the night, the helium on all of them died at the exact same time. And in the middle of the night, every balloon in the room landed on me in the bed, and I fucking lost it. I lost it. I lost it so fucking bad.
It's okay. You're safe now. You're safe now.
I'm never safe.
We got
I'm never
rid of the
safe. I'm never safe.
Never safe from balloons and clowns.
I will never do the show ever again. I will never, ever step foot in the studio. It's so nice knowing you guys.
It's just shocking. It's just
Check out my special Razzle Dazzle.
That was the name of the clown, actually. That's
my movie, The Machine. It's coming out Memorial Day weekend. It's amazing. It's amazing. I want like what's crazy is like it's amazing. It's amazing how like how it really hit me. I don't know if you saw it. Like I'm right now. I'm just starting to relax just a titch.
But first of all, how much is a titch?
Not much.
Now, Bert.
I know the balloons are in this. I have to walk past them.
No, we put them in the closet.
My daughters have never been allowed to have balloons.
No way. So their birthdays, they never had a clown or a balloon or anything.
Hold on. No one's getting a fucking clown. That's the dumbest fucking thing.
Have you ever had a clown?
No, that shit is fire, dude. My friends had clowns at their birthdays.
Your parents didn't bring a clown in. It's like the whitest thing in the world.
No, it was my friend's parents, but it was fire. The clown was fire. He rubbed his fucking leg on a coloring book, opened it up, and pages were blank. Crazy. Never forget that shit ever.
What about magic? How do you feel about magic?
I don't mind magic. I like magic.
You can trust magic, but not clowns?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, you know what's funny is Tom texted me. He goes, hey, you should do the balloon clown thing later in the episode because he's gonna get real jittery. And I just sent back, ha 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 ha, thinking that he was just busting balls. But like, it has changed you emotionally.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
Who do you hate more, us or Ari?
Yeah, what would you have rather we...
Because we thought we were doing a nice thing, unspiking the drink.
We unspiked your drinks.
It's really, It's so funny, I didn't even look at the cans. I was drinking...
Well, you were drinking the whole can in the beginning of fake beer, and it was just great.
He opened up the fridge also, but shouts to Tanya, she hid all the non-alcoholic beers behind the Stellas.
It was good, that was good. Yeah, I'm not even fucking around. I trust Ari more than I trust you guys. Because I can't promise that you'll never do something like that again. Like, I know, Ari pulled me aside one time and he goes, you have to know I'll never drug you again. And I went, I do believe that.
But with us, how do you feel? Like, what,
I just don't trust you.
Like, what do you think that we would do? Like, for example, at the Forest Hill show, you don't think we would hire like 100 clowns to sit front row or anything, right?
Oh, I'll toss them. I'll toss them on the street.
You Daniel Tosh right there?
I'll fucking Daniel Tosh them. Listen,
they're all gonna get in the same car and drive away.
This will be the biggest clip you have ever had of me, ever. I'm being serious. I'm not turning anything on right now. I'm being 100% me. This is 100% me. When my wife sees this, my wife's gonna go, oh, fuck, they didn't do that, did they? Fuck.
Well, Tom did it. We had nothing to do with it.
Hey, Schultz, why do you and Bert not talk to each other anymore? Well, we brought 7 balloons in during the episode.
Wasn't 7, that wasn't 7.
How many? What did it smell like?
I'm being dead serious. You guys didn't smell it?
A dozen?
Oh man, the smell is what fucking got me. The clown, I mean, what?
What bothered you more, the clown
balloons or clown?
that touched you or the balloons that were 8 feet from you?
Probably the balloons.
So the balloons, it's like an allergy for you.
No, it's just, I don't know what it is. You can't trust them.
You ever seen a blimp?
He talks about it.
I went in the Goodyear
You
blimp.
can't trust him.
You're good with blimps?
Yeah, I was in.
This all sounds like euphemisms for Jewish people, but you actually mean the thing.
What's that?
You can't trust clowns, dude.
Clowns are, man. just doesn't make any sense why someone would do that to themselves. You know, Nate Bargatze's dad, I think, is a clown.
Oh yeah,
he is for certain.
And a magician.
I almost couldn't become friends with him.
With Nate,
because I couldn't understand how he could have that in his family. And I'm not even fucking around.
Like he was made from clown sperm.
You couldn't understand how Nate could have it in his family. But he was, yeah.
I couldn't get it. But then I love Nate, and when I met Nate, it was like the first thing I go, your dad's like a clown, right? And he goes, yeah. And he was really proud of it. He's really proud of his dad. And his dad actually is, apparently I'll never see it, but an amazing performer. He opens
for Nate sometimes, right?
But I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I went home with the chick. She was going to be 7, or she was going to be 6. My wife is 7. Or would have been
the
7.
number of girl you were going to have.
I was going to have sex with this girl.
Bro, the way you allude to fucking kids without even trying is crazy.
What did I say?
Yeah, let's just start.
Earlier, you were like,
let's start the sentence over. Let's do it again. I was fucking what would have been the 7th woman I've ever had sex with.
God damn it. Yeah.
Because before you just said,
change subjects.
Before you just said,
don't tell us we're not friends, Bert, because we're fixing these sentences
Exactly.
for you.
We're
don't
looking
tell
out,
us
dude.
we're not friends.
Definitely not doing fucking Logan Paul's podcast now. Or what's his name? Not Logan Paul, the other one. Jared Paul, Jake Paul. So Logan Paul. I'm definitely not doing that fucking podcast.
It's like Harambe.
You think that they would do some jokes about
this is the Harambe generation. This is the Harambe generation. I'm going to do his fucking thing, and he's going to have a clown come in.
Yeah.
Because this is all everyone's a fucking... I went home with the chick one time.
Yeah.
And she was beautiful, lived in Venice. She said, you know, can I show you what I do? This is a bizarre story. And she put in clown porn. She had shot a documentary on clown porn. And I'm not even joking. Vince Vaughn. And these two clowns are like, and I was like, what the fuck? I gotta get up. And Vince was with my buddy Gary Arbeck, and I go, is that Gary Arbeck? She goes, yeah, you know Gary Arbeck? I go, is that Vince Vaughn? And then I saw the clowns, and I was like, oh, and I just walked out. I was like, I have to leave right now.
Why would they ruin sex like that, you know?
Why did she want to show you it?
I have no fucking clue.
You guys went home to have sex, then as like a little like foreplay.
She's like, can I show you something? And then she put in clown porn.
Hey, buddy, you okay? Take a deep breath. We're not bringing the balloons back. I promise you, we're not bringing the clowns back.
There's no more clowns.
Deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Indian things.
You got this, man. You can conquer anything, bro.
Are you interested in getting over like through therapy?
Nope.
Not even?
Nope.
Like immersion therapy, nothing?
Nope.
You're just cool just living your life, never being around a balloon?
I don't need to be around.
Don't.
I'm not doing that.
I just saw you lick your bottom lip, and that was, you know what I mean?
No, I did that because you were laughing at me thinking about what I was saying, but I already made a promise to him that there's no more clowns and no more balloons.
Yeah,
we're
men
want
of our
another
word.
drink?
Actual drink? We'll bring you an actual drink.
Pete?
Good morning.
Pete, we need another drink. We need another drink, Pete.
You don't have a show tonight, do you? Because I'm worried you're not going to be able to.
Not
I
here.
gotta produce a special.
Not in town.
Shout out to Shane Torres. Shane Torres is shooting a special tonight.
I can't believe I can't turn it around. I'm shut down. I'm like shut down.
But this is beautiful. How often do people get this version of Bert Kreischer?
Never. If you're on an airplane with me, you'll get it.
Oh, are you afraid to fly?
Terrified of flying.
Oh, that's why you did the tour bus.
Oh, that's why you did the tour bus.
I did the tour bus.
Ah.
But you went on the Goodyear blimp?
One of the most terrifying experiences of my life.
I jumped out of a blimp as a child.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
We were taking off, and I was like, I'm not doing this, and I just jumped out, and they had to re-land that shit.
For real?
Yeah, because I was like, I don't play. This is stupid.
Well,
this makes no sense.
It takes
super
off like
slow.
this.
Yeah.
So you're literally. I mean,
that sounds awful.
It is fucking terrifying.
It's like we're not even going into outer
and
space.
you land like this.
Crazy.
It is terrifying, and I thought it would be. I thought I'd be fine with it, and I wasn't, man. It was one of the worst panic attacks I've ever had in my entire fucking life. And then you just hang.
Yep.
You just hang.
Makes no
and
sense
it's
at all.
The only more terrified I've been, we were in a helicopter. We went to the Mother Guadalupe up in Rio.
Oh.
Virgin Mary.
Isn't it Jesus? The Jesus
Is it
statue?
Jesus? I don't know.
Yeah.
And so we went.
Thanks,
buddy. And so we went up in a helicopter to it. I think it's at like fucking 12,000 feet.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then he just took the helicopter out over Brazil, and he said, I have to wait here for a second. And we just didn't go anywhere. We just sat still. And I was like, dude, I was like, we need to get the fuck.
Terrified. I'm terrified of helicopters for that reason.
Yeah.
Planes, in my mind, I can convince myself that, like, if the engines go, they can use the speed.
We hear stories of guys landing planes on lakes.
I don't think a jumbo jet can do that.
But we hear the story. I never hear a story of a helicopter landing safely in the ocean.
They have this thing called Blade, right? And you can take a helicopter from, like, the West Side Highway
I'm
to
too scared to do
JFK,
that.
right?
Yeah.
And it's like twice as much as an Uber, but you're there in literally 5 minutes.
We took a helicopter from LAX to Burbank one time because I was only home for 12 hours.
Boom.
And I wanted to get the girls before they went to bed.
Yeah.
And it was one of the coolest things I ever did.
It's great. It's so fast. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But I can't stop thinking there's no fail-safe for this. If the
All right,
engine
hang on. I'm
goes...
feeling better.
Okay, good.
It was funny. I can, the
I
alcohol's
knew you'd
kicking
get
in.
there. I knew you'd get there.
Are you able to finish the early Rogan stories?
No, I don't know. No.
Did we do it in the middle of those?
Yeah. He wasn't listening. He was pulling at you.
I'm not 100% here yet. But
No,
I'm
we're
close.
getting there. Okay,
Close.
so the helicopter thing. So I can't stop thinking
Do
about...
not fuck this up with the clown.
No.
He's not coming.
If I leave, it's to pee. I'm not going to bring anything. I swear.
I already told you there's no more clowns and no more balloons.
Okay.
And we'll make sure there's none when they get out. When you get out, when you finish. Okay, but the helicopter thing. I can't... There you go. You like it. Because you appreciate how funny it is. First of all...
Absolute you are.
Can I tell you something? And you'll be really happy about this. You'll be really happy about this.
What?
That clown that we just showed right there is antiquated. They no longer have those clowns available. We tried to get a real clown to come. We reached out to every clown company in New York.
This is a good story.
Clowning
Yeah.
is done. We had to fabricate a clown because
you
they
won,
no
dude.
longer have rentable clowns.
I love to hear that.
Think about that.
You're like Walter White at the end of Breaking Bad season 4. I won.
Yeah.
You won, dude.
Yeah,
Think about that.
Think about how terrifying John Wayne Gacy was.
Oh my God.
Do you think he ruined clowns, or was it already fucked?
I think he is the beginning of ruining clowns. I would be curious. I would be really curious to see why I don't like clowns. Because I don't know. I
Let's
can't
look
really.
into it,
I
can
can't
we?
identify it.
You ever do like mushrooms, like mushroom therapy?
Yeah, I've done everything. No, I'm not doing. I don't know.
You don't strike me as a therapy guy.
I'm in therapy. Yeah.
New or
Shout out
you've
to
done it?
BetterHelp. I've done it. I've done it a lot. Therapy is very useful for me, but I see you laughing and I have to look over my fucking shoulder.
No.
No
I swear.
fucking clown.
I'm gonna go pee, but I swear to God, I'm not coming back with anything.
There's no clown. Go on.
Therapy is super useful.
It's
I don't
great.
pinpoint the stuff that like flying, for instance. Flying. I went to therapy to try to fix my fear of flying, and the therapist said, "Well, when was the last time you flew?" I said, "Fucking Monday." She goes, "So you do it?" And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, then you don't have a problem. You just don't like flying." And I went, "Yeah, but I have a terrible fear of flying." She goes, "Yeah, a lot of people do. But if you can do it, then you're there. You're doing it.
Yeah.
You're figuring." My thing with flying is I drink. I've had plane flights where I wasn't drinking where it's turbulence, and I've sobbed crying on it. Yeah. This Sober October, I had to fly to Minneapolis doing the Target Center or whatever, and I can't drink, and we're taking the fucking red eye, and it's horrific turbulence. And I'm in first class, 49 years old, crying my eyes out, shaking, holding on. I'm so bad, I will grab the person's leg next to me. I'm a horrible I have a fear of death, really.
Yes, okay.
That's ultimately what it comes down to, is I have a terrible fear of death.
Now, has this increased with success?
My fears?
Fear of death.
Yes.
I understand that.
What is it?
I think it's like you get to taste this life that is oftentimes unimaginable, and you're like, I don't want to lose this. And not only that, you have children, you have a wife, like there's all this life you get to live with them, all these things you get to see with them, and doing something frivolous, doing something dumb, doing something like fucking skydiving or whatever like that. Yeah. The reward of that is what? You land and you have an exhilarating moment. The risk is you throw away all this you've worked for. Like, I can completely understand that.
Yeah, I would say.
Dove, you gotta get out of here.
No.
I did it to
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
As soon as I
yeah.
saw you in here, I was like, okay, it's not happening again.
Okay, yeah. But he's still gonna
No, it's perfect.
He's still gonna remember that you're out. Get out. But now you know there's no more clowning. Yeah. Okay, go on.
That is crazy that is a.
But don't you
think?
think?
That's crazy that actually happens to me. That I don't have control over it.
Control over?
Over when the clown and the balloon showed up, that I shut down and I can't write my vote for a little while. It's crazy that's a thing that I have no control over.
Yeah, but that's the best.
Phobias.
No, but that's, I don't know. I think that's the most entertaining thing. It's like.
Do you have any phobias? No, I wouldn't say them out loud now.
Homo count?
What?
I said, does homo count? No. Do I have any phobias? Yeah, I have a huge fear of heights. I do not fuck with heights at all.
Oh,
I'm
bro,
claustrophobic.
I'm claustrophobic and I have a fear of heights.
I don't fuck with heights at all.
I got stuck on the train for almost an hour once. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. And now anytime the train stops, I freak the fuck out.
Dude, I'll tell you what, my claustrophobia is so bad, I have a hard time scuba diving.
Oh, yeah. I'm not
he hates
into
scuba
that.
diving.
Get that fucking mask.
Me and Rachel Ray were supposed to go scuba diving with sharks, and they sent over Rachel's claustrophobic, and they sent over the you have to have like a hood.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't do that.
You would prefer to use just the oxygen?
Just the oxygen, yeah, just the oxygen. Have you seen the guy who goes up? They go up in. I forget who did it, but he went up in a U-2 plane. He went up in one of the spy planes that goes out of the atmosphere, so they had to wear a helmet, like a spaceman's helmet. And he said they're watching him, and he goes, "Okay, my nose is itching." And immediately I went, "Oh my god!" Like because he can't get to his nose.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, dude.
And so the guy goes, "Just don't think about it." And he's like, "No, but it's itching really bad." I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, claustrophobia is a motherfucker.
I didn't understand claustrophobia, and then I just got this MRI recently on my shoulder.
Fuck.
Dude.
Yeah.
Fuck, I had one of those. All you had to do is your arm, right?
No, I was rolled into
You did
it.
the whole thing for you?
Yeah.
Dude?
I didn't know arm was an option.
Dude, I did just the arm. Mine was my elbow, wasn't my shoulder, it was my elbow.
Yeah.
So I had to put my arm in there for I want to say 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I was in there forever, and panic would hit me. And I could feel it well up, like going, here we go, we're gonna have a panic attack right now. And then I'd go, and I took a Xanax before I went, and it still didn't fucking help.
Oh, I would need the Xanax.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
explain to me. So the MRI machine is just on your. You can do whatever you want over
You
here.
have to put your arm in.
But they tell you can't move. It's the not moving thing that's the problem.
Yeah.
If I had my arm in some machine and I could kind of roll around and do whatever, I'd be okay. But when I was rolled in,
No, you had to stay still.
You have to stay still.
That's fucking crazy.
So I'm back like this. I'm in this little tube, and I can't get a full breath. And I'm sure this is a function of claustrophobia, but I can't get a full breath, and I feel like, oh, if I could move a little bit, I could get one. But I'm breathing it it feels like 80% of a full breath. Yeah. So now I'm in this little panic where I'm like, well, how do I get that last fucking 20%? Am I gonna pass out in here? I had to tap out. Halfway through, I had to tap out, go back in to finish it.
I literally think I'm in my logical brain, and riding the train still gets stuck for 4 or 5 minutes. My logical brain is like, nothing is gonna happen. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna run out of oxygen. I told my wife on our third date, if we ever got stuck in an elevator for 30 seconds, you would never respect me again.
Dude.
You would never respect me again. It would be the most embarrassing thing. She got stuck on a train with me one time. She put her hand on my chest, just calm me down. She said, your heart was fucking pounding.
Dude, I got stuck in an elevator with a bunch of Japanese men. If you think panic sounds bad in English, panic in Japanese is like fucking kicking cats. Like it was, and I was like, and they started freaking out, and then it's making me worse. And I opened the doors to the elevator. I opened the doors to the elevator and opened the other doors and climbed out.
Godzilla.
And the most I was like,
I would 100% try to do that. I wouldn't be strong enough. I'd fall to the bottom, but I would try to do that.
Dude, let's go panic for panic. I was in a Top Fuel dragster, right?
Top Fuel dragster.
So it's a drag race. So they put you in. I'm just a passenger. First of all, you're in a flame retardant suit, zip up, right? Put the helmet on, gloves on. They put you in. They 5-point harness you, and then they strap your hands to your neck, so that you can't. Because you're gonna reach out and grab something. They don't want you to touch anything. So your hands are here.
I'm not doing that.
So they put me on all the stuff, and then they go, all right, we'll get back to you. And I go, hold on. I need out of here. And they're like, well, he's gonna be here in a second. I go, no, I need out of here right now. I need out. I'll tell you, panic for panic. This is the worst. This is the worst. I'm doing this show called Scream If You Know the Answer. It's a game show on roller coasters. The roller coaster they put us in is out of Magic Mountain in LA. It's the one where you stand up, they harness you in, and then they put you in like Superman, so you fly through it. They have a vest on me to hold a camera, a GoPro mount, and a mic. So I'm like really tight into this thing. We pull into the station. We're like one car out, and we're sitting there, and someone goes, "Wonder what's going on?" And they're like, "All right, we're having a little problem. We're gonna bring you in a second." They bring us in. The floor raises, and they go, "All right, we're having a problem with the releases. It shouldn't be a big deal, but we have to wait until the head mechanic's gonna come out, and he'll fix it. He'll be here shortly." And I said, "Excuse me, can you just undo mine?" And they said, "No, we need to do them all at the same time." I said, "Yeah, but I'm having a little bit of a panic attack." And so the lady who's running it comes over and goes, it's gonna be okay. We're the safest place you can be, but he's on his way. I said, "Where is he at the park?" She goes, "He's in his home in Tarzana."
Oh boy. Fucking way.
It's 5 o'clock. It's fucking 5 o'clock.
Dead
and
of
this
traffic.
motherfucker's in Tarzana, and I'm out.
Oh God, LA traffic, fuck me.
I was in this thing for 45 fucking minutes, in this thing, like this, facing down, I mean, melting down. The woman, the poor woman had to sit underneath me and hold my hand, and I was crying.
1,000%.
Host of the I'm the host of the show. I'm fucking the host of the show, and I'm freaking out. I don't want to die. Can someone call me? Can you sing me a song or something? Distract me? I'm fucking. I've had so many. You know what's even worse than that? Have you ever been stuck?
You're making me feel
deep
bad
snow?
that we did this to you.
Have you ever been stuck in deep snow?
No.
So we go hella skiing in Switzerland. We go up to like fucking 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet, whatever the fuck it is. Air's thin. I'm hungover. We're all in snowboards, and they put beacons on our chests. I go, "What's the beacon for?" He goes, "It's better to locate the body." I said, "What?" He goes, "Locate the body." Am I saying it right? Say you fall into a crevasse, I can find your body, right? I said that right? And I'm like,
God,
"Find my body? What do you mean find your body?" And he goes, "It's for us. It's not for you. Don't worry. Don't worry."
Nah, that shit is for you.
And I'm going, "Hold on. There's a chance I'll disappear?" And he's like, "Oh yes. Okay, so just stay real close to me, because I don't want crevasse." And he goes, "All right, let's go." And we start going. Now we're on the top of a mountain in Switzerland, so it's what I would only guess maybe 4 feet of powder. I mean, it's just powder everywhere. So we start going, and I realize I'm a good snowboarder, but I hadn't snowboarded in a while. And you know your first run, you're always like, "Oh yeah, I'm just warming up a little bit." Well, this is my first run. This is my first run in a couple of years, and I'm on top of a mountain in Switzerland, and all of a sudden I catch a toe, and I go face forward into the snow, and I disappear. I take my arms to push up, and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's too deep, and I'm like, panicking, going, "Oh my God, this is what they mean to find the body."
I literally go, "I'm gonna die here.
I'm gonna die. And I'm fucking sitting there for, I'm not even joking, 10 minutes, upside down, in snow, trying to push. And all of a sudden I feel a hand grab my back, pull me up, and he goes, "You should see your sound guy." My sound guy is upside down, skis like this, and gear everywhere. And I was like, "Get us the fuck off this mountain." It was, dude, getting stuck in snow is fucking terrifying. I could talk anxiety and terrors for hours.
Sinkhole scares the fuck out of me, dude.
I grew up in fucking Florida. Sinkholes were everywhere. Yep. You'd be playing football in the street one day, next day, sinkhole.
I swear to God, I was thinking about this last night. You know when the ground just swallows up a house or whatever? Yeah. What happens to the guy? I'm like, if that happened to me, that's just how I die.
That's how you die.
They don't get them out of it.
That's how you die.
Yeah. It's like being buried alive. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen in my mind.
There's a clip online I saw one time, haven't been able to find since, of a guy in England explaining quicksand at the beach. And he goes, I'm bad with accents, but he goes, okay, this is how, I don't know what accent I'm doing.
That's the Switzerland guy.
Yeah, the Switzerland guy.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. I go, all right. So this is quicksand. Very normal. Now I have safety gears everywhere. Everyone's here. We've got a air compressor to get me out. So I want to show you how it works. It's very simple. You stand here, and in a matter of seconds, you'll feel your ankle sicken. Now, if you struggle like such, it goes a little deeper. Now, it's safe for me to get up to my knee. We won't go much deeper than my knee, but watch this. As I try to get out, I'm now at my knee. So that's how it works. Let's get me out now. And someone goes, okay. And he just keeps sinking. And they're like, hold on. Okay, this is not funny anymore. Let's get me out now. And he starts going deeper and deeper. And you're watching this guy fucking spiral
Quicksand
out of
is
control.
real.
This is a video. You can find it online. I can't watch it again. How about this? Have you ever seen the guys who go spelunking?
Oh,
and
no. Oh, yeah. Or something like that.
Dude. We went spelunking in New Zealand.
Why? Can you explain spelunking real quick? It's like caving.
It's caving.
Yeah.
It's caving.
No.
Now there's a combination of the spelunking we did was in water. And as we
This is the scariest fucking thing.
As we enter it, they go, all right, we need you to get through the birth canal. And I said, what's that? And they go, it's this canal. It gets us into the cave. It's a little tight. So, but just get on your stomach and you'll marine crawl through. And there's just enough room for you to breathe, but there's one part where your face is gonna go in water. Just keep going forward. It opens up.
Nope.
And so we get into the birthing canal, climb through, and we spend the next hour and a half in the most terrifying experiences I've ever had in my life. At one point, there was a waterfall. And in order to you had to get up the waterfall, and they'd take you. You can't hear anything. It's a waterfall. They put you behind the waterfall. So you're behind the waterfall, and then you had to climb up from behind it. But at one point, you were just getting fucking bukkakied with water. And then as you got to the top, they grabbed you, and they put you in a room where it was this tall, the water was to here, and we were all sitting here just breathing like this. Now the only thing, this is crazy, the only thing that would calm me down, and I don't know the explanation, was a camera on me. If I knew a camera was on me, I could almost act.
Yeah.
So I'd keep going, put the camera on.
Your fear of being embarrassed is worse than your fear of claustrophobia.
Yeah, and we got done that fucking thing in New Zealand, and I remember getting out, and all of us were like, we're fucking alive. They have, in Colorado, there's horrible stories of these guys who go into these caves. I think it's called Caverns of the Wind, and they're caves, and they go in, and they will get in, and they'll get stuff like this, and they'll get their little rock chiseler and try to open up space for them. I mean, I've Googled it and watched it. It is fucking, I can't.
The crazy thing is sometimes you're spelunking and then torrential rain comes. That's what happened with those Thai boys.
The Thai kids.
Yeah, and the rain raises the water level, so now those parts that you had to crawl through are completely underwater.
Yeah.
So those tight little spaces, that's why they had to give them like the oxygen tanks and shit to get out. But that...
Why were they doing that?
It was a common thing to do, to go in, like very normal to go into that cave and go to this place where I think you go to a beach. I watched a documentary on it, I think.
There's some cool, beautiful, like all those stalagmites.
Hold on.
You know, those like crystals.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Risk not worth the reward for me, but I get it.
I've done a lot of spelunking. I did one in Austin, and the guy, they go, all right, we're gonna lower you in. They have a pothole, like just like you see on the street, and the guy takes the top off, and it is just the width of my shoulders.
Oh.
And he says, and they put a harness on you, and he goes, all right, I'm gonna lower you down, but you're too big. You need to go one arm down, one arm up to get through. And so they lower me down. I am fucking, all I'm thinking is, I have a GoPro on like a chest GoPro that's up in my face. And all I'm thinking is I'm rescuing baby Jessica. That's all I was thinking, like I'm
Baby
doing
Jessica was a story from the 80s of a girl who fell down a well, like a young girl, and the nation was captivated by it.
And so, but then he yells up, hey, you're gonna see an area where it seems like you should get out. Do not get out. And I'm like, what the, like I'm hearing this. All of a sudden it opens up to this beautiful place. Now you're so fucking claustrophobic that the second you see that, he's right, my initial thought was, I should stop here and take a breath before I have to go down. I think it was like 180 feet, I think was what they lowered you down. And as I see this oasis, I go, fuck this. I'm gonna keep going, and you go into even a smaller cave, and you're just getting lowered, and then it opens up to a huge fucking cave. And you're like, and all I'm thinking is, I gotta get the fuck out of here. that way. I mean,
then you walk out, right? Isn't there another exit? That's the most.
Oh yeah.
That's the most fucked up part. Well, take me in through the exit.
Yeah, have you done this?
No, but I've seen this before. And it's like, why are we going this way?
Yeah.
Let me go reverse.
And it's like a regular exit where people have tickets and they're coming in.
Stairs and shit.
Yeah. Spelunking's pretty badass, you know.
Bro, have you seen the? There are these like natural water slides sometimes, and sometimes they're usually like part of like rivers or like waterfalls. Now, Duval was at one, and what you do is you go through this hole in the rock, and then you're completely kind of like submerged with the flowing water, and then you pop out. So you got to hold your breath for a couple seconds. Something happened where like Duval went through the wrong entrance in the rock, and got stuck, couldn't breathe, can't see. So he's just stuck in the middle of this, and the water's churning everywhere, right? Oh, I got the crazy story for you afterwards. Water's churning everywhere, kicks, pushes, finally gets put back into the funnel, and then but he's like, dude, I thought I was gonna die. Like, I was like making my peace in that moment. Crazier story. There's this wave pool that they're building, I won't say who it is, and a very famous
UFC fighter,
right? Is going to check out this wave pool. The wave pool isn't ready yet. Now, the way the wave pools work is there are these engines, right, at the bottom of the pool, suck in all the water from the pool, shoot it back out. That's what creates the waves, right? He's waiting to go surf. The engines didn't have grates on them. Now all wave pools have grates. The engines suck in the water. He gets sucked into the engine room with the water, okay? It's not like he gets spit back out with the water. For minutes, he's getting smashed around, whatever. They shoot out the water. He can breathe for a second. It's pitch black. He doesn't know what's going on, right? Then the water comes sucked back in, shoots out. 5 minutes. Like, they shut down the pool, but they're like, where the fuck is he? How do we get him out? Think about that. You're just in this thing. You can breathe for a second, and then nothing. Breathe for a second, nothing. No way out. Terrifying.
How'd he get out?
They stopped the pool, and they were all there. We'll bleep it.
Shut the fuck up.
And
oh my god. Oh my god.
Guys, some interesting shows coming up. I'm going to be performing at my boy Gary V's conference, VCon, which is happening at the Lucas Oil Stadium. It's where the fucking Colts play. It's a football stadium, so this is going to be kind of crazy. But I'll be there May 19th. And then, of course, Calgary, where I went and shot that movie. The Thicket, look out for The Thicket, but I'm gonna be coming back there August 27th to do the Great Outdoors Fest. That's gonna be fucking nuts. 5,000 people in Princess Island Park, so it's just, obviously, hopefully you get some good weather, but I mean, just come through to that. That should be absolutely crazy. Akash, what you got going on?
Yo, guys, the Bum Ass Cities tour is launching. I'm coming to your city. I'm only doing one show because who the fuck wants to be there for more than one night? But I'm coming to these cities. Well, first of all, I'm gonna be there here for a few nights because it's a great city. Denver, April 20th through 22nd at the Comedy Works in downtown. I'm gonna get high on 420 and do comedy. I will never do that again. It's the only time I'm gonna do it. Buy tickets to that show. Now, May 3rd, East Providence. May 10th, St. Louis. May 11th, Kansas City. May 31st, Cleveland. June 1st, Columbus. All those dates and a bunch more at akashsingh.com. Get your tickets now. Now let's get back to the show.
Have you heard Cowboy Cerrone's cave diving story? He told it on Rogan. I won't even do it justice. It was one of those ones where you're sitting there going like cave diving is a motherfucker. Because those guys go in and then they just, I guess you get turned around.
Oh, you don't know which way you're fucking.
And then it gets silty, and you can't see anything.
What does silty mean?
Like all that
soot from the ground.
All that
comes
ground is like very, very fine. It's like dust that's been sitting at the bottom of this cave forever.
So when you're walking around it just starts to lift.
It just goes, and then you can't see anything. These cave divers fucking die. Cave diving is like fucking wingsuiting.
Yeah, the squirrel
Like that's how you die. Like once you pick that as a hobby, that's how you die.
Yeah.
Like we were going swimming with sharks in Hawaii, and the woman that was taking us out said, I was talking about my show because I always did dangerous stuff every week for the show. It was like crazy stuff, and she said, "Make me one promise." This is the lady who is going to be outside of the cage with the sharks. She is fearless. She goes, "Make me one promise." I said, "What's that?" She goes, "Never base jump." I said, "Why?" She goes, "If you base jump, that'll be how you die. I can promise you that." And I was like, "Fuck, for real?" She goes, "Her husband was the dude who hit the fucking line and vaporized.
Yeah.
That was her
Can you
husband.
explain that story?
He was wingsuiting with his dude. He was in front, and his dude was here.
So wingsuiting is it's skydiving, but you have this suit on that has like these almost flaps.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
because of that, you
can get lift, and so you can fly. So instead of just jumping down and catching a parachute, you jump out off a mountain, and then the thrill of it is to get as close to objects as possible.
I see them right on the side of them.
Yeah. Go over a bridge.
Yeah.
Bro, there's one where a guy goes through an opening. There's like
those guys. I mean, do you remember the one with this is how I show my love. This is how my ADD. And the guy jumps and he goes by the balloons and just catches it.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
those. I mean, those guys live life. Well, her husband, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was her husband was in front of her dude, his best friend, and they're going. I think they're in Asia, and they're going past the bridge, and he hits one of the fucking wires and vaporizes, and his buddy feels his buddy.
Oh no, because he's
all over
behind him.
Yeah, and he's got to still finish his flight, pull the chute. His
Holy
best friend
shit.
just vaporized in front of him.
Yeah, and ruined his outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot. I mean, I wouldn't worry about my outfit. I'd be like, is my mouth open? Like, what the fuck? Did I just went in my mouth? Have you been tested? Like, are you clean? How many people have you slept with? But like, yeah, there's so many. I mean, I did so much stuff when I worked at Travel Channel. God, thank God for getting me out of that fucking. I would
Too
do
panic-inducing? Is that what you're saying? Thank God, or
You saw a little bit of it, right? In that moment. I was like that every fucking morning, sitting in a fucking shower, praying, like just going like, don't let me die today. Like, and by the way, it wasn't. Here's the weird thing is you saw the real thing is like, it wasn't real. Like it was imagined. Like I mean, stuff people did. I mean, yes, there was a risk, but it was stuff people did. But I still would wake up with searing anxiety every morning, and I would sit in a shower. I'd say prayers. I had rituals that I would do to try to keep myself sane. I'd have rituals in the shower, but I would sit there. I remember in New Zealand we had to do there's a jump. I'm sure you can find it online, but it's they put you in a chair. It's like just a free fall. They put a rope on you, you jump, and then you canyon swing, you swing. But they put you in a chair, and they lean you backwards, and they fuck with you, and at the last minute they let go, and you fall from a chair backwards into a canyon. I knew I was doing that. I knew I had to do that. That was my job. And I woke up, and I remember sitting at the bottom of the shower going, what am I doing? Like, don't I have any value? Like, am I just a person who can go, hey, welcome back? And then jump? Like, is that my only value? And I remember thinking, I'm a comedian. I'm a talented comedian. Why am I here? Like, I'm looking at my friends blow up. Tommy is blowing up at the time. Rogan's podcast is taking off. All that's happening. And I'm sitting here as a human. They called it, I used to call myself a water dummy. Because I was filled with water, and I just jump off these things. And I think that's why I work as hard as I do now, because I had those other jobs that I didn't want. And so now when I have an opportunity to do shit, I'm like, fuck yes, I will travel every single day of the year doing stand-up, because I lived the other life where it was like, yeah, it looked nice. And if you're into that shit, then you're into it. But if you're not into it, I wasn't into it. I wasn't into it, yeah. So.
Do you think there'll be a time, because I don't know if people realize how relentlessly you tour.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're just popping into clubs. You're doing it this at the highest level, and the highest level has a lot of anxiety. I don't know what your team is like, but I know like when we go in and we play certain places, it's a whole day. It's like making sure the lighting is good, making sure the setups are good, making sure everything you're going on is good. I've always wondered this with you. It's like, is there a time where you're gonna go, I need like 3 months, I need 6 months, I need...
No.
I don't think he's wired like that.
I'll tell you what makes... I mean this respectfully.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what makes me different than you.
Yeah.
Is I don't know the right way to say this. It is a compliment, but it's going to come out sideways.
Okay, that's fine.
But like I got to be a failure. I got to be like a failure that no one cared about. Like I got that. It's a blessing, because there was a period when I got fired from Travel Channel and pulled off the Funny or Die tour because no one gave a fuck about me, and they were like, it's $2,000, save $2,000 and get rid of Bert. Keep Tommy and Joey and Sebastian and Fluffy. And these are my friends, and I'm watching them blow up. And I would sit at the store, and I remember having a conversation with a guy that I thought we were friends with, and he was looking over my shoulder, and Sebastian walked in, and he went, yeah, and walked away from me.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing people have really cool things and just cachet, like comics that I was like, he's good, but I don't think he's as good as like, and I would be funny, but I was lucky enough to have that moment in my life. Sadly, and lucky for you, you'll never get that moment. Like, you'll have what it was like to be a young comic, but you'll never have a little bit of success and then absolutely nothing, and then people going, I guess that's it for that guy. You're lucky that you'll never have it, but I'm blessed that I had the opportunity to have that. And if it wasn't for guys like Rogan, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. And I use Joe as an exact example because Joe does what my wife does. My wife looks you in the eyes when she talks to you, and she is present. And it doesn't matter if fucking Kim Kardashian walks by, she will talk to you. Joe Rogan, I don't mean to suck the guy's cock all the time, but the truth is,
we do that quite often on the show, so you're in good company.
He would talk to you in the eyes as a friend, and he would never look past you. And I watched a lot of people do that. And so the reason I remember Ali Wong saying to me, you're acting like it's gonna go away one day. She's like, you're one of the biggest comics
in the world. Like, just fucking relax. And I wanted to go, Ali, you haven't been a failure. Like, be a failure once, and be a failure, like a legit. There was a point that if I quit comedy, not only would no one know about it, but no one would have cared. And so I was lucky enough to get that. And so you think if you stop, it will go away?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, why not, right?
What I would get from that story is that imagine they came in right now. That would be perfect.
That would have been perfect.
What I got from that story is that you can build your success. It's like you did it once, and then you had some downtime, and then you did it again, and there's some confidence that should come from that.
I also, maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm in control of my.
Like, I don't think this is luck for you, Bert.
I think it is a little bit.
Well, no.
We were saying this when we walked in. I was saying this right when I walked in.
Yeah.
10 best comics in the world, right?
Yeah.
If you named them, I would argue I probably wouldn't make that list. However, I am one of the biggest touring comics in the world.
You might be the biggest right now, man.
I'm number 4.
I don't know in terms of money brought in, but in terms of size of show, who else is doing a bigger show?
But that's my point. Is I think
Fluffy maybe at the baseball stadiums.
I mean, Fluffy. There's a lot of guys doing really big shit. I mean, Joe Chappelle, Fluffy, Burr. People are doing Joe Coy. People are doing big shit. But I would argue, and this is why I think I'm very grateful to be where I am.
Yeah.
But it's why I hustle as hard as I do. Is I don't look at myself as talented as my peers ever. I mean, I look at what you do, and I go, God, man, he's fucking good. And then it inspires me, like, you gotta fucking work harder, man. Look at the goddamn it, he's funny as shit. You gotta fucking write more. You gotta tour more. You gotta fucking bust your ass. Like, I think it's from that period of time I got to be a failure that I'm very grateful. It's like you ever have a friend who's never been in love, and then all of a sudden they fall in love, and they're like, dude, I'm not letting go of this one.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like with stand-up. I feel like that genuinely with stand-up. And with movies and with television, you give me an opportunity, I'll take it, and I'll bust my ass, I'll show up sober, I'm not gonna fucking be a dick on set. Like, I'm really blessed. I'm blessed and lucky to be where I am, and I won't ignore that fact. Trust me, I've seen dudes who feel like they deserve it. Like, I won't say a name, but I can say a name very easily. We were talking about earlier, about the thing.
Yeah.
That guy, I watched that guy behave poorly when he should have been just a little better.
Yeah.
And
I mean, having some fucking gratitude and believing that, I mean, there's so much luck gets us into these positions. There's no question about that. I guess, like, I look at a guy like you specifically, and I don't go, that's luck. I mean, like, but I've also toured.
Think about this, right?
Let me say this.
I'm sorry.
Not luck in terms of, like, we all need luck to get somewhere. We all need, somebody to look out. Like, I had fucking Charlemagne and Joe. I had, like, two of the most powerful people in media, like, really fucking look out for me and like throw me opportunities and like like I'm the lucky. In my mind, I'm the luckiest. In your mind, you believe you're the luckiest.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's also has to do with kind of like our perspective on life a little bit. When you believe you're lucky, it's you wake up and you can smile a little bit.
Yeah.
When you believe that like you deserve more and why am I not being looked at, like you're gonna be bitter and angry. I guess what I'm trying to say is like there is a skill in understanding and a component that I think that you have that I think a lot of people don't have, and you have to work hard at that. And so I don't want you to undermine that. It is not easy to do this at this level. Continually do it, continually produce it, and continually like make it exciting to the point where people come out. Like, it is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a hard thing to do. But I think sometimes I try to, I think for the person watching, it's easier to identify our lucky moments than our hard work.
Yeah, and it's better to harp on our luck than it is our hard work.
People will get bitter if you talk about it. Because you're actually, I watch you, you're one of the smartest comics in terms of moves you make, the way you operate. Your intelligence is very overlooked because you take your shirt off or whatever.
I never want you to, I'd rather, it was sports, a perfect example. I'm probably more athletic than 98% of the comics working. But I downplay it as a joke. And I tell Tom I'll destroy you in tennis. He's like, you've never seen me play. And then I ace him 27 times.
Son, there's the clip of you shooting a fucking bow and arrow.
Yeah, like, I have sneaky, weird talents, but I'm never going to tell you my talent before you meet me. I want you to find it out for yourself.
Low expectations are the key to life, man.
Low expectations and over deliver.
Exactly.
It's that time.
And everybody's happy.
Yeah, I think that is, best compliment I ever got came from David Letterman. It got me emotional. He goes, the guy takes his shirt off.
Yeah. I can't.
And he doesn't mention it. He goes, and then he does like beautiful comedy. He's a masterful storyteller, but his shirt's off. He's like, what? Why is his shirt off? And part of me goes, I don't fucking wish I had an answer. Wish I had a fucking answer. I'm from Florida. That's my answer, I guess. I don't know. Well, I used to like cheering myself up on the road on Thursdays. So I'd rip the shirt off, kill a beer, and then make myself giggle. I don't
think you need an excuse for it. I think that oftentimes if there's someone that's jealous of what you have, they have an excuse to justify why they don't have it. And please believe if they took their shirt off, they wouldn't get to success. Please believe. Anybody thinking that is the key, just take your shirt off. That's what I love. Like, any comics that are haters, like, just do it. Like, if that's the thing that's stopping you, by all means, just try that.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it won't work because there's something else going on. But it's a convenient thing that if somebody doesn't have it, but they're filled with fucking envy and jealousy, and you will get people that are going to be jealous.
Oh,
everybody.
I've had more. It's so funny. When you're a failure, you're everyone's friend.
Everybody's favorite. Oh, he's the best guy.
I love that guy.
Oh, he's so funny. He's hilarious.
Get successful, you find out who your fucking friends are. Real quick. Real quick. And
everybody loved Bernie Sanders till he had 3 houses. Socialist my ass, right? Like, it's that simple.
Yeah, it's true. All right, let's tell. I'll tell the early Rogan days, and then we'll wrap
All right,
up.
cool.
And by the way, I don't hate you guys. I just want you to know
I know you don't hate us.
But do you trust us?
I do.
We didn't bring him back in.
I appreciate that, and I like the energy this is taking.
Yes, it's real.
It's like very real.
You're gonna do 40 podcasts as you promote these amazing things you have on. Okay?
It's
you have to create something different. It has to be a different experience with Bert.
Nobody else pranked Bert. All right.
Let's not. I'm gonna go on Good Morning America. Hey, we got a fucking clown. I'll swing on that clown. The early Rogan days were fucking fascinating because when you talk about Tosh doing radio, that was all we really understood. And Joe was not having it.
So when you tried to do bits, he would shut it down.
My first Rogan appearance, it would be cool to see a highlight reel of me trying to do bits on him. Because I was like, oh yeah, because I didn't know no one knew what a podcast was.
Right.
Especially the way Joe does it. So I would be interested to clip him out. I was like, I fought a bear one time. And he's like, what region was the bear from? And you're like, I don't know what region it was from. And he was like, well, wait, why would you? And it was like very thoughtful conversation. And then I realized within 20 minutes, this is not radio.
Yeah.
And so And I realized that the best thing you can do is listen to Joe sometimes.
Yeah.
To try to respond to him.
Yeah.
It's why today I don't feel like I'm that great when I do Rogan, because it's a lot of it. I feel like I'm just catching up with a friend, and I don't know if it's entertaining as a podcast. I feel like you're just hanging out with your buddy.
Well, maybe that's the camaraderie people want. Maybe they're alone. And maybe they're working from home. They haven't seen anybody that day. And
It's what I used to love about it. I used to love it. So I get offered to do Rogan. I remember saying to Ari, because I didn't trust celebrities. I'd gotten in a fight with I'd gotten in beef with a comic, and I just didn't trust him. I said to Ari and Red Band, I said, so, like, what's Joe's thing? Is he gay? And they're like, I was like, I thought he was gay, because I was like, why would he want me to come to his house? And like, what's his deal? I'm like, no, he's just a great guy. I go, no. They all got something. What is it? And then they're like, no, he's just a good guy. He thinks you're funny. Like, do his podcast. So I go, yeah. I thought everyone was gay. I thought Elliot Gould was gay. Anyone, Will Smith, I thought Will Smith was gay. I thought anyone that wanted anyone that wanted to be friends with me, I just figured they were gay and they wanted to fuck me. Yeah. And so I literally was like, went to his house.
The most likable guy on the planet. You can't fathom that somebody's like, I'd like to just be around you and like tell stories. They just want dick.
Yeah. But I was a fan of Joe's. I was like a legit fan of Joe's. Okay. And so I go out to his house. I do the worst thing you could ever do when you meet Joe. Now I know this. Okay. I go, hey man, huge fan. I want to meet your dogs. I want to see your deprivation tank. I want to get high. I want to play pool. And then we can do the podcast. And Joe is like, okay. So he takes me out and introduces his dogs. We get high. We play pool. Shows me his deprivation tank. Meet his wife. Meet his kids. Do a podcast. And I'm trying to do bits and it's not working, and then I'm like, okay, and then I just go into like if you ask me a question, I'll respond to the question, which is like what we do now, but it just was not what happened in media. And so
I wish people knew what early radio days for comics were. Because that what you're explaining makes so much sense, but I don't know if they know.
If you've ever watched Comics Unleashed,
yeah,
where the comics just go around and do their bits in a circle, that was radio. That
they
was
tee you up with the premise of your joke.
I did Bob and Tom back in the day, and you had to write out your bits. You had to write them out.
Yeah.
And so I wrote out all my bits, and then you gave them to them. And they're like, so,
you ever go to Russia?
Yeah. I hear you. I'm married. Are you married, Bert? And you'd be like, ugh, here we go. And so, but it was Bob and Tom was fun back, and that was all you knew.
Yeah.
So, and this is Rogan, you do it in an office. I think he had a cat that would like take shits in the bathroom in the middle. It was in his office, and Joe was rich, but he wasn't Joe rich today.
Yeah.
Like Joe was like, and he would have you do this vlog after the podcast, which is so awkward. Like Brian would pull out his laptop and go, all right. And Joe's like, what's up? I just did a great podcast with Bert. So Bert, what's going on? And you'd be like, not much, Joe. It was so fucking bad. You can find those clips, I'm sure. And Joe had black facial hair, and he still had hair. He still had hair, but he wore his hat backwards because he'd, whatever. And so you get done the podcast, and then he'd be like, you want to go get something to eat? And so like, it was crazy. You know, he was also banned at the store at the time.
Yeah, that's right.
So like he would do shows at the Ice House. So then, the first time I do it, I think in my head, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I can't do bits here, but I do have this Russian mafia story that I bet would be good on this show. And so I go, hey man, next time I'm here, remind me to tell you the Russian mafia story. Like, a week fucking later, he's like, hey, come tell the Russian mafia story. So like, I'm sure I'm off on timelines, but I come back, I think a week later, and he's like, everyone's wondering about this Russian mafia story. And I tell it, and I gotta be honest with you, it bombed.
Yeah.
It sometimes, I hope I'm not pulling the veil back too back. Sometimes Joe and Red Band would be fighting. And so you'd go in to do the podcast.
There'd be some tension.
And the whole thing would be them just, Joe being angry at Red Band because Red Band is saying buttholes and Olive Garden the whole time. And Joe's like, Brian, you gotta realize people are fucking listening to this. And then you'd just be sitting off to the side, like watching them go back and forth, and then be like, you guys wanna try some Alpha Brain? And by the way, this is when Joe's launching Alpha Brain. This is when they're launching on it, right? So he'd give you his vitamins. He'd load you up with his vitamins, give you a fleshlight, and then be like, take those Alpha Brains, tell me what you think about them. And then you take them, and in a real scientific way, because they promoted, what's the, lucid dreaming. And so I'm an active lucid dreamer to begin with. And so you'd come back and he'd be like, so you took Alpha Brain? And this would be on the podcast. And he'd be like, yeah. And he'd go, so wait, what did you feel? Like the Joe analysis part of his brain. And he'd do that on the podcast about his own pills because he was trying to figure out if he liked them. And he was like, I love the Alpha Brain. I'm taking like 9 a day. I go, I took 1, Joe, I couldn't sleep. And he was like, oh, what did you take? The cortisone mushrooms, the roll on, roll off, whatever the fuck. It was really interesting. And then the first time I did Rogan, I remember getting in the car and I had 3,000 Twitter followers extra. And I was like, wow. Second time I did Rogan, I told the machine story. And I went to the club and it was sold out. Comped was sold out. And then I watched it, and then the third time I did Rogan, I made a machine shirt. The machine shirt that I used to sell at shows. I got home to my house, and Leanne goes, "What the fuck? We sold $25,000 worth of t-shirts." She goes, "I don't have those made." Woke up the next morning, she goes, "We sold $90,000 worth of t-shirts in like 2 days." We had made 6 figures in those t-shirts by the end of the year, by like in 3 months. I think we did that, must have been in November. By the end of the year, we made 6 figures in those machine shirts. Damn it. Joe wore it at a weigh-in. You'd see huge fucking spikes. I go to different countries. I remember I was in Amsterdam, and they were yelling the machine in Amsterdam, and I was like, what the fuck? And then, so it's funny. You just get high and talk for 3 hours and not remember any of it at all. And it's crazy to see where he is today. And to, like I just did it the other day, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. That I remember I did it one time and I got really fucked up, and I might have said that America created COVID or something. I don't know what I said. Who fucking knows what I said? But they took the episode down and then put it up in 2 parts. And they clipped out the thing I said. I don't know. I'm terrified to ask Joe because I know that there's some parts missing. And I was like, hey man, did I say some regrettable stuff on your podcast the other day? He was like, fuck it. Well, say fucked up shit. Yeah, it was great, man. It's great. I'm bummed that you guys didn't get to experience that side of the show. Yeah. Because it was the fun when like Joey Diaz, like we just. Man, one of the hardest I ever laughed was Joey Diaz just rolled. I never met him. This is the opening words of meeting Joey Diaz. We used to do Death Squad nights at the Ice House, where like it was like 5 comics on the podcast with Joe, and we just do it, and we do a show, and so we'd hop on and off. So we'd go in to do a set, and then come back to the podcast, and everyone would be fucked up. And Joey Diaz comes in. I never met him, and he's like, dog. You ever eat a woman's pussy on a Quaalude? And I was like, no. And he goes, Lucy Snorbush. And you ever break into someone's house and eat a pussy on a Quaalude? Lucy Snorbush. And we cried fucking laughing. And then I found out it's the hardest I've ever fucking laughed. One of the top 5 hardest I've ever laughed. And Joe goes, you've never met Joey before? And I go, no. And he goes, well, you're about to be your best friend. And Joey Diaz and I, from that day on, Joey lived right around the corner from me. If we ever did that show, we'd drive out together. Those were the days, man. I miss those days so much. Because it was like, you guys don't understand when comics hated each other. They used to hate each other. Comics hated each other. No one wanted anyone to succeed.
We started in that.
Yeah, and I think this still exists.
Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I think this still exists, but I think that you guys did something that really transformed the way that we behave with one another, and it's pretty awesome.
That's Joe. I mean,
it trickles down, man. I always say that, like, what Joe does for you guys, for me, it's like what we do maybe for other people. But
I remember before I met you, you tweeted about Bring Back Apu, and I just thought that was so fucking cool that the machine is tweeting, yo, this is a great special, everybody go watch it.
Well, yeah, but it's the same thing that makes me say I'm lucky instead of talented, is I love being a fan of shit. I've said this ad nauseum, but I like liking stuff.
Yeah.
I don't understand the energy of disliking stuff. I don't understand that energy at all, of like hating things.
Yeah.
I love liking stuff. And it makes comedy, this business, so much more fun to be a fan of your friends.
Yeah.
And to love when
abundance, man.
It was so much fun when you did, when you put out Infamous. It was so much fun to celebrate your success. It was so much fun. If you're a fan of it.
Yeah.
And as opposed to, and I'm sure those comics are out there. I do not hang out with them. The guys that are like, fuck Schultz, fuck Schultz, you know, that's bullshit, or, you know, whatever. All that stuff, it's so much fun to go, look at this.
Yeah.
He's changing the game. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, it's on YouTube. Was it at fucking 13 million?
15.
Yeah, 15 million?
Yeah.
It's, imagine if you get to pick a team. I want to be the guy that has fun or the guy that goes to bed angry every night.
Yeah,
I'm never going to pick the angry guy. I don't want to be that guy.
Close.
There's
Wise.
guys that make a living doing that. There are guys online that make a living doing that.
Yeah.
I want to be the guy that goes, fuck yeah. By the way, I can celebrate the guys that hate me also, because I go, that's got to be cool to hate me. I get it. I get it. Trust me. What a fucking weird episode. I've never done a podcast like this in my fucking life.
Good. That's what we want to create every time we have somebody on. A different experience.
What a weird.
Okay, before you leave, I want to ask you, as you reflect on your life, do you think that you've lived a fulfilled existence?
Yep. I've lived the best life anyone's ever lived, that anyone could ever live. No one, I mean, I can't imagine anyone.
Found the love of your life.
I can't.
Built a family.
Yeah. I can't imagine that anyone's going to cry at my funeral.
Let the gate be opened.
Let the gate be open.
I mean, we cry selfishly a lot of times.
Yep, people should.
Fuck that.
I'm going to get emotional saying this. You guys fucked me up today. I've been the luckiest fucking guy in the world. When I die, everyone should just go like, I don't deserve any of the stuff I've gotten. I don't deserve anything. And it's been like, and I've done everything in the world. I've traveled the world 4 times. I have 2 beautiful daughters. I'm in love with my wife, and I have the greatest career that I feel so lucky to have, and I have awesome fucking friends. Like, when I die, and I shouldn't have had any of it. There's people that don't have any of this shit.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
This right here is why you deserve it.
Yeah.
I believe that.
I can't, I mean, I hope my funeral's fun.
Hey, I'll drink at your funeral. But
There you go.
Not a, you know,
What a
not
beautiful,
real beer, but-
what a beautiful way to look at life, man.
Just no balloons.
Oh, there's
know,
gonna
it's
be
gonna be
balloons. We're all dressing up as
shitloads of
clowns. We're gonna lift you right out of that fucking casket. 100%.
You want me to go to heaven happy? Everyone dresses clowns. I'll close the casket for you. I'll fucking Kong. Start digging holes, motherfuckers.
Oh, fuck guys, this has been Bert Kreischer. Give it up one more time for an absolute legend. Make sure you check out the Roast of Bert Kreischer. Make sure it's our OnlyFans Roast of Bert Kreischer. Make sure you check out the movie, The Machine. We're all going out to support that.
Memorial Day weekend.
Make sure you check out the tour. He's coming to Forest Hills, New York. Where else are you going to? This is this crazy.
Gorge, fully loaded. It's a sick lineup.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Norman,
yeah.
Shane, fucking
Lewis
everybody.
Black, David Tell.
God.
Tiffany Haddish. It's crazy. And then Razzle Dazzle, my special stream
And
right
the
now.
special on Netflix right now.
Hope
So
you
make
enjoy
sure you check out everything. We love
Gentlemen,
you, man.
what a fucking bizarre afternoon.
This makes me so happy. That was a meal.
Yeah.
That was
Right.
that's a young phrase I can use.
All right, guys. Peace.
Oh, I used to rob banks. I thought you knew that. No. Oh, I used to rob banks, by the way. Yeah. I thought you knew that.
How do you rob a bank?
That's what got complicated.
Jail time?
No jail time.
No jail time?
$10,000 fine. But they got some performance enhancers. Like, if the world understood what LeBron did, we have the same drug guy, if you will. I know exactly what he's doing.
Please tell.
Isn't Netflix to thank, though? Didn't Netflix single-handedly save comedy? You mentioned $100 million for Floyd. First off, he's never gotten $100 million for a fight.
You think it's...
I know it is. They're claiming he was doing $100 million a fight, and I'm claiming for you he in his whole career has made about $100 million.
Themes Island.
Did you enjoy your time there?
Well,
That's not a gotcha. I'm just genuinely curious.
I would have gone. Not to be a strong.
No, we ended right there.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. And today we are joined by, I think, do you love Tom?
Yeah. So much so that I'd let him fuck me over.
Ooh, this is interesting. So you would let him fuck you over, and you're like, you have so much goodwill built up that you could look past.
We start off this morning, though, with new information in the grand jury proceedings here in New York against former President Donald Trump.
Jurors are weighing whether to indict the former president for his alleged hush money payments to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Attorney Rob Costello, the final witness in the proceedings, testified yesterday on Trump's behalf. Afterward, he told reporters that he spent most of his time trying to undermine the credibility of the prosecution's key witness, Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. Costello previously served as a legal advisor to Cohen, but the two have since had a falling out. Costello had this to say about his former colleague.
I'm the one who decided to do this. A lot of people cautioned me against it because I had nothing to gain. The only thing I'm doing is trying to tell the truth to the grand jurors. If they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is far from solid evidence. This guy, by any prosecutor's standard, and I used to be deputy chief of the criminal division in the Southern District of New York, I wouldn't have touched a guy like Michael Cohen, especially if he's a convicted perjurer.
The grand jury is expected to return on Wednesday, tomorrow, to decide on whether to issue an indictment. We have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo standing by to help break down these grand jury proceedings. But first, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is got the latest from West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good morning to you. So Michael Cohen was standing by to rebut Rob Costello's testimony yesterday, but in the end says he wasn't called. So what all do we know about Costello's testimony, and what is Michael Cohen saying about this?
Right. Robert Costello went in front of this grand jury at the behest of the Trump's legal counsel. The grand jury is convened by the district attorney, who brings forward to them evidence and potential witnesses who could help make his case to bring charges against a particular subject, in this case, Donald Trump, but presented them the opportunity, the Trump's legal counsel, to bring somebody forward before the grand jury, that individual, Robert Costello, who, as you just heard, countered Michael Cohen's testimony and questioned whether he embellished allegations against Donald Trump. That leads to Michael Cohen being present in Lower Manhattan yesterday as a potential rebuttal witness to Costello. Lanny Davis, ultimately Michael Cohen's attorney, said that they were there for multiple hours but were never called back into the room. Take a listen to Michael Cohen himself explain what unfolded yesterday afternoon.
It's a typical Donald J. Trump play out of the playbook. Figure out how you're going to muddy the water as best as you possibly can. Denigrate the person, disparage them. The district attorney has the documentation in order to validate every single statement that I've made.
Michael Cohen is the crucial witness here. He was, of course, the former fixer and lawyer for Donald Trump, who flipped on him several years ago after serving his own prison time. He is the key witness if there were to be criminal proceedings against Donald Trump.
So Trump has been active on social media since this past weekend. Last night, he posted a video that seems to be an attack ad against Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. What can you tell us about his flurry of posts, and what kind of pressure is Bragg facing right now?
Yeah, Alvin Bragg has put out to his office in a memo that they will be undeterred by any of the outside pressure from whether it be Republican politicians or whether it be from the likes of individuals online. You can see in a statement he writing saying, "We will not be intimidated by attempts to undermine the justice process, nor will we let baseless accusations deter us from fairly applying the law." Of course, the pressure is coming from the highest place, and that is Donald Trump himself, who over the last now 3 days has put out a litany of statements on his Truth social media account, as well as a video calling into question the integrity of Alvin Bragg and putting pressure on the prosecutor's office as they considered attempting to bring charges against him.
And Vaughn, do we know how the Secret Service would handle a possible indictment here?
We know per multiple sources to NBC News that the Secret Service would intend to stay with Donald Trump every step of the process, from arraignment to even potential jail time. This is for the Secret Service, this federal agency that is in the position to protect Donald Trump. They suggest that they will be there, and over the course of the next week, if Donald Trump were to be arraigned in New York City, they would try to keep him out of public view the best they can. Of course, Donald Trump often has his own plans, and if he were to request the Secret Service to not be with him, then that would mean something else. But when you see the security measures already being taken around the U.S. Capitol because of potential protests, but also there in New York City. There is, of course, security concerns around the potential arraignment and indictment of...
What am I going to do? How am I going to save my marriage? I said, Todd, if you just told him straight up to stay away from your wife until this thing is worked out, he said, no. I said, well, have you thought about that? He said, well, not till right now. Sounds like a good idea. Will you come with me? Yeah, I'll go with you. And so we drove over there.
James's daughter, Caitlin, 16 then, sounded the alarm as Rachel's worried father and betrayed husband pulled up at the entrance to James's isolated mountain property.
We just got done shooting, and
I was went to a strip club in London, Ontario last week. And there was a lady, she was going wild, dude. She was a pit bull. She was like, they just bring people on stage and just, everybody in Canada was putting money in their mouth at this strip club. Every single one of them would be.
What happened to COVID?
The first stripper that was with me was like, opened her mouth.
Ew!
And I was like,
what?
I was like, I don't want to put money, you don't want money in your mouth.
That's
I'm
crazy.
Giving a stripper health advice. I'm like, you don't want to, I don't want to do that. Put it in your thing. But
Yeah.
dudes would put money in their mouth and lay on stage on their back, and the stripper would come and take it with her butt.
Well,
it's pretty fun. But anyway, the point of the story.
Money in your mouth seems like very unsanitary.
Definitely.
For sure, right?
Yeah, you'd get they're gonna get like a fucked up disease.
And
that's-
doesn't most money, there's like at least a really good percentage of money that has cocaine on it?
Yeah.
Right?
Hundreds, I believe, has like the highest percentage, but yes.
So if you're one of those people that gets
one,
that's
a bummer.
Oh my god,
that's a bummer.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
You go, God damn, all I got is a one.
Oh my god.
But no, this lady was dancing. She was fucking dudes up. Dudes would go on stage. My buddy went on stage and she tried to like take his belt and whip him, and he was like, no. He was like, stop.
Whip him.
But then she was doing that. She was dominating this guy. And I was like, this is kind of, something's going on. And then she lifted her arm and she had armpit hair. And I was like, what the fuck? It just ruined it, dude, immediately. I was into it. I was all in.
That's hilarious.
Armpit hair got me.
That's hilarious. Armpit hair doesn't bother me at all.
No.
Doesn't
On
bother
a lady?
me.
So
No.
wait, you like jack ladies with armpit hair?
Yeah, a little bit of
You're
armpit
getting
hair.
close, dude. You're so close. That's as close as it gets.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I like a good buzz cut.
I like them bald.
Yeah,
I like a bald lady. She can wear a wig.
Yeah, she can wear
You be a different hairstyle
Get her
every
some
night.
khakis.
Oh my god.
Damn, that fisherman might have got you, dude. Might have set you off.
Imagine.
I could have got you. I never had a
What if I
priest.
did stab him? What if he killed me because I stabbed him? You know, there's so many things that could have happened there. It just, I don't know what that guy got fired for, but he was a teacher. I bet he got fired for fucking kids.
Yeah, you can't do shit like that.
Yeah.
You ever have a priest? You weren't Catholic, were you?
Yeah, I
You
was
grew up
Catholic.
You
Yeah,
ever
but
have a
I
priest go
dodged
for
the
it?
priests. Yeah.
I never had a priest really go for it, but I remember one time I was in confession, and it was right when we were all starting to whack off. So the priest, he like asked. I was in the middle of confession, and he was like, "Do you spill seed?" He said, "Do you spill seed?" And I thought it was like a biblical reference, like some type of proverb where like, So I was like, "Yes."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I thought it was like a saying for sinning.
Right.
Like, I don't know, some story where the guy dropped seeds. And then I started to slowly realize that he was asking me about coming.
Oh my God.
He wasn't, I don't know. That's a weird job. Being a priest asking fucking 8.
Have you ever licked an asshole?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
have you sodomized another human being?
Yes.
And how do you feel about that?
I'm pretty excited about
it.
I
none
like
of your
it.
none of your fucking business what I do in bed.
Nah, we
I
just
promise
gotta
you.
chat.
I promise you, if we were to divulge me and my present and past, wives, girlfriends, associates, the truth of our sexual relationship, it would make that sound so fucking kindergarten.
That's awesome, dude. That's
right,
awesome. You're talking about you've got dumped on from higher up in a hammock and had the mega splash.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Wait, but you guys know who Hans Kim is? And you guys like traveled here and you're like, hopefully Hans Kim takes a liking to us? What a sad fucking existence, dude. That sucked. You know you're better than him? You know that? Yeah. Don't get tricked.
I can
you guys
introduce
dumb
you to
as
Bobby
shit?
Lee.
Are you guys dumb? Come on. Wake up, idiots.
Took almost everything in me to not open the fucking trash bag and eat all the
Dude,
what was their excuse?
I don't know. I've seen plenty of black men eat half a meatball sandwich and take that thing back home.
Yeah. Yeah, save it for later.
Respect. I say that respectfully. I've seen that
Yeah.
happen many times, dude. You work construction?
Yeah, black guys typically have half a hoagie on them. Yeah, at any given moment.
I'd see so many dudes when I was in the labor union. When I'd work for my dad. They would like eat half a meatball sandwich and just chuck it in their pocket, and they were like, "Oh, my wife's gonna love this sandwich, dude." They would just, they'd have like a fucking hot meatball on them and a fucking half a hoagie all day long.
Yeah.
Just in the back, just fucking wrapped up, and just be like chiseling concrete. And like, damn, my wife's gonna love this. And that's happened enough for me to I can say that with respect.
Yeah.
Like that's
And once you pick up on that, you'll notice it. Like
Yeah.
you'll see if you pick up, because a lot of people, you don't realize it, but if you're just walking down the street, you'll see a black guy drop a sandwich almost every day. They'll come out, I'll be like, ah, shit. I'm gonna have to pick up a wrapped up Subway sub.
they stay with one half hoggy on them at all times.
Where do they store it?
Yeah,
In a plastic
They have a
shopping
ton
bag.
of pockets.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Plastic
Big ass,
shopping
that's why they always wear baggy clothes to accommodate their hoagies.
So, yeah, they stay strapped with that witch, dude. They got
Yes,
that witch
at all
on them at
times.
all times, dude.
It's dangerous.
So that would have been respectful. You guys could have fucking pocketed your sandwiches.
And that's why they're always so ornery. Ornery. Because they know that they have fragile stuff on their persons. So if you
True.
like bump into them accidentally,
Yep.
it's
Or
like,
you
you
just- or you
almost
just-
cost me a fucking sandwich.
Yeah, if you step on their shoes, like, yo, you almost crushed my sub, bro.
That's why they keep randomly knocking out people in New York. You get too close to the sandwich. I watched an Asian lady get popped on the face
Oh,
today.
dude, you get a hit. You see one of them get hit, they can pick up their bros. Like, you bleeding through. It's just the marinara
Yeah.
sauce coming through the chipotle. Dude, you gotta cut
Deli paper rip.
Yeah, dude. If they get hit by a car, you gotta cut the jeans off and get to
Yeah.
the sandwich. It's an Italian. I got an Italian sub. You know how many
So
Italian subs save their lives, dude?
Think of a guy in an ER and some nurse, like he's unconscious. She's like cutting it. She's cutting it into bread. Like, fuck.
That's why the cops are always pulling him over. Just trying to.
Oh, what? Trying to commandeer.
I knew I was
Yeah,
gonna get
cops don't sub.
yeah, they want a free sub. They're gonna confiscate the
let
sub.
me pat you
Yeah.
down. They're fucking. Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
What's this?
That's all
Yeah.
cops eat are commandeered hoggies. Yeah, they love it, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you're 100%
I'm gonna
right
have
to
to
that.
take this back to the station, test it.
Yeah, they
Alrighty, guys and gals. I think I'm done for the night. I'm gonna probably try to
Greetings.
edit a video, and yeah, I'll be playing this tomorrow. So, one bye. Thanks everybody that's stuck around. I love you guys.